Philippines.
The third session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Our chamber will be led in prayer today by a distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator Jingoy Estrada.
Let us place ourselves in the holy and loving presence of God. Almighty and eternal Father, we come before you with humble hearts, seeking your benevolent wisdom, guidance, and grace. As the senators of the 19th Congress of the Senate of the Philippines, we recognize the weight of the responsibility you have bestowed upon us to steer the course of this nation's future through the legislative process in this democratic country. Grant us the strength and insight to achieve our objective of creating and promoting a national perspective and national policy. May our collective efforts contribute to building a prosperous, secure, honest, and independent nation. In all our thoughts, motivations, and actions, may we consistently uphold the national interest, protecting the civil and human rights of our fellow citizens. May we tirelessly strive to promote transparency and accountability in public service, ensuring that the trust placed in us by the people is well-founded. Iayon niyo po ang aming mga gawain tungo sa inyong dakilang plano at pangako ng masagana at matiwasay na buhay para sa aming minamahal na bayang Pilipinas. Pinapanalangin po namin ang bawat Pilipino sa mang panig ng mundo. Patuloy mo silang pagpalain, palakasin at patatagin sa darating pang mga hamon ng buhay. Mapapanahon man ng sakuna, kahirapan, kaguluhan o dilubyo. At sa gitna ng bagyong Egay na nagdadala ng unos at pagsubok sa aming minamahal na bayang Pilipinas, pinapanalangin po namin ang aming mga kababayan na nasa mga lugar na naapektuhan ng bagyo. Naway maprotektahan mo sila sa anumang peligro at mapanatag ang kanilang kalooban. Mahal na Panginoon, gabayan mo rin po ang mga nagtataguyod ng pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng mga nasalanta. Tulungan mo po silang maabot ang mga lugar na nangangailangan ng tulong upang mabigyan ng agarang tulong at kalakasan ang mga apektadong pamilya. Pinalangin po namin ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda na apektado ng bagyo. Tulungan mo po silang makabangon at maibalik ang kanilang kabuhayan sa lalong madaling panahon. Pagkaloob mo po sa kanila ang mga kinakailangan ayuda at suporta. Mahal na Panginoon, niling po namin na bawasan mo ang lakas ng bagyong Egay at patnubayan mo ang mga otoridad na magsagawa ng mga hakbang upang mapanatili ang kaligtasan ng lahat. Lubos po kami nagtitiwala at nagpapasalamat sa inyong patnubay at pagmamahal sa aming bayan. Naway magsilbing pagkakataon ito upang mas palakasin ang aming pagkakaisa at pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. Sa ngalan ni Jesus. Amen.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. Lord Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we dispense with the reading of the journal, may I be allowed? May I be allowed, Mr. President?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
We'd like to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us His Excellency Peter Kell, New Zealand Ambassador to the Philippines. Also with us is the Malaysian civil servants headed by Professor Rosalina Ahmad Saufi from the University of Malaysia, Kelantan. DOH Secretary Ted Herbosa and officials of the DOH are also here with us. Congressman Chino Miguel Almario, Congressman Alan Duhali of Davao del Norte, Mayor Leonidas Bahage of Carmen, Davao del Norte, Mayor Shem Garay of Hinatuan, Surigao del Sur, Mayor Angelo Capistrano of Silay, Misamis Oriental. We also have with us, Mr. President, Governor Marilu Caico of Batanes, Mayor Mary Mosqueda of Estancia Iloilo, political science students from Palawan State University led by Professor Zorel Ciores, and from Iligan, the Uy family, Ernest, Mikay, and Coco.
Thank you very much. Welcome to your Senate, especially our dignitaries from New Zealand. I'm sorry to say that we beat your team yesterday, but it was a good fight during the World Cup Women's Football Championships. But nevertheless, we remain strong as friends and as partners and allies in the region. Also to our Malaysian friends from Malaysia, welcome to the Philippine Senate. So, and all the rest, all our officials, particularly elected officials, welcome to your Senate. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There be no objection. I ask the Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 651, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the proposed temporary housing in the Philippines of special immigrant visa applicants from Afghanistan, Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations, National Defense and Security, and Unification.
652, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Honorable Rodolfo Pong Biazon, former Senator, Congressman, and Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
653, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the demise of Rodolfo Pong Biazon, honoring his dedication as a public servant, introduced by Senators Villanueva, Cayetano AP, and Cayetano P.
To the Committee on Rules.
654, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Rodolfo Pong G. Biazon, Senator Binay.
To the Committee on Rules.
655, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of former AFP Chief of Staff, Senator Rodolfo Pong Gaspar Biazon, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
656, recognizing and congratulating the Philippine team for their impressive medal haul of a total of 117 medals and winning the most gold medals to date during the recently concluded 12th ASEAN Para Games held on June 3 to 9, 2023 in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
657, commending Filipino teen bowlers Zach Sales Ramin for being the first Filipino male bowler to emerge as champion in the men's division of the 51st Singapore International Open, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
658, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the 2.9 billion bad loans of private corporations to the GSIS, Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
659, urging the Philippine government through the Department of Foreign Affairs to sponsor a resolution before the UN General Assembly calling on China to stop its harassment of Philippine vessels within the West Philippine Sea, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committee on Rules.
660, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of former Senator Rodolfo Pong Biazon, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports 92, submitted jointly by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, privileged speech of Senate President Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, delivered on March 1, 2023, entitled Privileged Speech on the Death of Adamson Student John Matthew Salilig due to hazing, recommending the adoption of the recommendations contained therein and their immediate implementation, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business.
93, by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Number 4844 by Representative Pimentel, creating a barangay in the municipality of Barobo, province of Surigao del Sur, to be known as Barangay Guinhalinan, recommending its approval without amendment, Senator Ejercito.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business.
94, by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance on House Number 6553 by Representative Garcia, converting the Bataan Peninsula State University Bagac Extension Campus in Bagac, Province of Bataan, into a regular campus of the Bataan Peninsula State University to be known as the Bataan Peninsula State University Bagac Campus, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate Number 1223, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
95, by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance on House Number 6552, introduced by Representative Romualdez, converting the San Isidro Satellite Campus of the Leyte Normal University located in San Isidro, Leyte, into a regular campus of the Leyte Normal University to be known as the Leyte Normal University San Isidro Campus, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval with amendments, Senator Escudero,
To the
sponsored.
calendar for ordinary business.
96, by the Committee on Higher Technical and Vocational Education and Finance on House Number 6128 by Representative Macapagal Arroyo, establishing in Florida Blanca, Pampanga, a campus of the Pampanga State Agricultural University to be known as the Pampanga State Agricultural University, Florida Blanca Campus, and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval with amendments, taking into consideration Senate Number 1935, sponsor Senator Escudero.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 13, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution pertaining to our legislative calendar. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Concurrent resolution providing for the legislative calendar for the second regular session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines.
Mr. President, copies of this particular schedule were distributed to the members of the Senate. And so, Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 13. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Of business. So move, Mr. President.
Yes. There being no objection, the Secretary's order to read the reference of business.
Additional reference of business resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution Number 661, congratulating and commending Erwan Yusuf for winning the 2023 James Byrd Broadcast Media Award under the social media account category, Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
662, congratulating and commending Nika Yuris Nicolas for being the first female chess player to be awarded the title of National Master by the National Chess Federation of the Philippines last June 9, 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
663, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for securing her third International Tennis Federation professional title at the W25 YECLA tournament held at Yecla Club de Tennis in Spain on June 4, 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
664, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the alleged violation of the peace agreement between the government of the Philippines and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front arising from a police operation on 18 June 2023 in Datu, Paglas, Maguindanao that resulted to death of 7 individuals, Senator Padilla.
To the Committees on Public Order, Dangerous Drugs, National Defense, Security, and Unification.
665, expressing appreciation of the Senate of the Philippines for the grant of pardon to 3 convicted overseas Filipino workers by United Arab Emirates President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, in observance of the Idil Adha and in recognition of the efforts of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
666, urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the proliferation of fraudulent online advertisements of unregistered food, drug, and health products using faces and names of popular personalities, thereby misleading consumers and endangering public health, Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Trade and Commerce, Health and Demography.
667, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the landing at the Manila International Airport of a U.S. Air Force aircraft, Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations, National Defense, and Security.
668, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the regulation of POGOs, the lack of coordination between the PAGCOR and other relevant agencies, and to evaluate PAGCOR's effectiveness in ensuring compliance with applicable laws and protecting the rights of POGO workers, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Games and Amusements, Justice and Human Rights.
669, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the possible detrimental effects of the proposal by the DOF to impose tax on junk food with the end view of finding an alternative solution, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
670, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the proposed MRT price hike with the end in view of adopting appropriate guidelines and parameters in setting fire hikes for the protection and the benefit of the commuting public, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Public Services.
671, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the status of the implementation of RA 11036, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Health and Demography.
672, directing the Senate Committee on Basic Education to conduct an inquiry for a reevaluation of the critical factors to determine the school opening for the purpose of recommending policy interventions for the effective implementation of RA 11480, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
673, congratulating and commending the Philippine Science High School team for bagging the Silver Award of the Singapore International STEM Innovation for their invention called Intelligent Food Organization, or the Info Magnets held at the Singapore STEM Innovation, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
674, declaring the 12th of July to be National West Philippine Sea Victory Day in commemoration of the Philippines' triumph before the Permanent Court of Arbitration, Senator Ontiveros.
To the Committees on Foreign Relations and Basic Education.
675, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the harassment and unfair debt collection practices by digital loan sharks, Senator Pimentel III.
To the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies.
676, directing the appropriate committee of the Senate to undertake an inquiry on the alleged continued operation of e-sabong in the Philippines, Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Games and Amusements.
677, congratulating and commending student leader Raisa Antoinette Ang for bagging the Zonta International's Young Women in Public Affairs Award 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
678, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the Philippine immigration departure protocols in light of numerous reports of offloading incidents due to arbitrary and unreasonable implementation of said protocols by immigration officers, Senator Binay.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
679, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the involvement of POGOs and/or its accredited service providers on the alleged crimes or offenses, particularly human trafficking, kidnapping for ransom, and aiding foreign fugitives, with an end in view of crafting legislation or policy recommendation as may be necessary, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
680, congratulating and commending Filipino Olympian Ernest John E.J. Obiena for being the first Asian athlete to join the exclusive 6-meter club and winning gold in the Bergen Jump Challenge in Bryggen, Norway, by Senators Cayetano P. and Cayetano A.P.
The Committee on Rules.
683, congratulating and commending the Philippine men's team for winning the 3rd place at the 4th World Deaf Table Tennis Championship held in Taipei from July 8 to 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
684, congratulating and commending James Aranas and Johan Chua for ruling the 2023 World Cup of Pool 9-Bowl Championship held from June 27 to July 2, 2023 at the Paso de Feiras e Congresos de Lugo in Lugo, Spain, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
685, congratulating and commending Francis Dainmel Legaspi for securing the gold medal for the Philippines during the 4th Copernicus International Math Olympiad held at the Columbia University, New York, United States from July 9 to 13, 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
686, congratulating and commending Makati FC for bagging 4 trophies during the Denmark's Cup No. 1 tournament, which concluded on July 14, 2023 in Frederikshavn, Denmark, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
687, congratulating and commending Robin Brown for capturing the Philippines' first gold medal at the 2023 Asian Athletics Championships held in Bangkok, Thailand from July 12 to 16, 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
688, congratulating and commending the Filipino Olympian and pole vaulter Ernst John Uy Obiena for winning the gold medal in men's pole vault event at the 2023 Asian Athletics Championships held in Bangkok, Thailand from July 12 to 16, 2023, Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
689, directing the Senate Committee on Basic Education to conduct an inquiry to assess the preparedness of basic education institutions to conduct classes for school year 2023 to 2024 towards the formulation of policy recommendations and complementary or mandatory legislation to ensure the effective and efficient delivery of quality education. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
690, expressing the sense of the Senate in recognizing the enduring amity and cooperation between the Republic of the Philippines and Republic of Poland and commemorating the 50th anniversary of its diplomatic relations. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Rules.
691, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the readiness of government agencies in mitigating the impact of the El Nino phenomenon and to determine proper government interventions with the end goal of ensuring food, energy, and economic security of the Filipino people. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
692, resolution in aid of legislation and ensuring timely enforcement of judicial decisions in labor disputes with an end in view of to address the concerns and challenges surrounding the enforcement of judicial decisions in labor disputes. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment, Human Resources Development.
693, directing the appropriate committees of the Senate to conduct an inquiry on the plans and programs of the government to improve the urban drainage system and flood protection of Metro Manila and other vulnerable areas of the country. Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Public Works, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change.
695, commending and congratulating James Aranas and Johan Chua for winning the 2023 World Cup of Pool held from 27 June to July 2, 2023 in Lugo, Spain, and securing for the Philippines its historic fourth title, the most for any country. Senator Estrada.
To the Committee on Rules.
697, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the proposed merger of the DBP and the Land Bank with the end in view of determining the propriety, viability, compliance, and potential effects of such merger and amending existing laws if necessary. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Institutions.
698, directing the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged inhumane, violent, and highly irregular acts perpetrated by the PNP personnel and unknown persons against Mayor Dumanjug of Bonifacio, Misamis Occidental. Senator De La Rosa.
To the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
Committee Report 97 by the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Local Government on Senate number 2352 with Senators Revilla Jr., De La Rosa, Zubiri, and Hercito as authors. An act transferring the control and supervision of the provincial and sub-provincial jails to the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1451, 2014, and 2037, sponsor Senator De La Rosa.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 659 and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This pertains to the harassment of Philippine vessels within the West Philippine Sea.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution urging the Philippine government through the Department of Foreign Affairs to sponsor a resolution before the UN General Assembly calling on China to stop its harassment of Philippine vessels within the West Philippine Sea.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize Deputy Minority Leader Senator Risa Ontiveros to deliver her sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Oh, Monday?
Monday din ako.
Ay, hindi. Pumasok na.
Salamat. Mayong hapon, Mr. President and dear colleagues. Mr. President, as I stand before you today to sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 659, I do so not only with a sense of urgency and deep concern, but also with awe at the stakes of this issue that lies before us. The reckless, unrepentant, and continuous incursion of Chinese vessels into the heart of the West Philippine Sea strikes at the very core of our nation's sovereignty, the integrity of our country's maritime zones, and the rights of our people. Alam ko po na may mga agam-agam, may mga tanong tungkol sa resolusyon na hindi pa tuluyang nasasagot. Kaya ba nating tumindig sa China? Kaya ba nating kalabanin muli ang isang dambuhalang bansa? Ano ang kailangan nating paghahanda? Ano ang nakataya? These are only some questions that we can debate on interminably, and questions for which we rely on the wisdom of our international law experts, our esteemed diplomats. But as elected representatives of the people, we carry the weight of every Filipino's hopes, dreams, and aspirations. Our citizens look to us in the Senate to defend our homeland and their future. Mr. President, dear colleagues, there is too much at stake. If we do nothing, there is too much to lose. The Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources estimates that 324,312 metric tons of fisheries products were harvested from the West Philippine Sea in 2020, 7% of our total production that year. In terms of energy resources, a U.S. Geological Survey report estimates that there are 28 billion barrels of oil and 266 trillion cubic feet of natural gas in the South China Sea, much of it in the Recto Bank, well within our exclusive economic zone. China knows this. The China National Offshore Oil Company thinks that the area contains even more energy, 125 billion barrels of oil and 500 trillion cubic feet of gas. Enough energy to power a bright future for our children and our children's children. Perhaps energy enough for all the competing claimants in the region. These are only the tangible economic stakes, Mr. President. The inherent value of asserting a rules-based order in international law is priceless. A guaranteed defense of predictability and stability for weaker states like the Philippines. Mr. President, considering these stakes, considering all that we stand to lose, I maintain that there is no other option but to stand united behind the Philippine victory in The Hague and in opposition to the illegitimate territorial claims embodied in the so-called 9-dash line. Just last month, Chinese vessels attempted to interdict a resupply mission to the BRP Sierra Madre. Brigadier General Charlton Sian Gerlan, Deputy Chief of Staff of the AFP, stated that the Chinese Coast Guard has also harassed similar resupply missions to the Kalayaan Island Group. If we are not careful, this could lead to a repeat of the Panatag Shoal incident, in which the Chinese government chose to use naked force to unlawfully occupy a maritime feature rich in fisheries resources, a mere 119 nautical miles from Luzon and well within our exclusive economic zone. Hahayaan ba nating gutumin hanggang sa mamatay ang ating mga tao bago pa tayo kumilos? This is an issue that transcends politics and partisanship. And indeed, several of you, my dear colleagues, have already spoken out against the Chinese government's flagrant disregard for the norms and conventions of international law. Hindi naman po bago ang Senado na manindigan para sa Pilipinas. In veteran journalist Marites Vitug's book, Rock Solid, she shared how former members of this august body contributed to our decades-long fight for these disputed waters, so critical to our country's future. Kasama na dito ang yumaong si Senador Rodolfo Biazon, na isa sa mga unang tumayo para sa ating soberanya. Guided by our predecessors, we have the responsibility to use all available platforms and all tools of statecraft at our disposal to assert our rightful claims. We must exhaust all diplomatic means in our arsenal. These include our options on the ground, our options in the court of international opinion, and our options among our ASEAN and regional neighbors. without abandoning all other possible options. We must also pursue our option in the United Nations, specifically bringing a resolution before the United Nations General Assembly to put a stop to Chinese harassment in our waters and to demand full compliance with the arbitral award of the Permanent Court of Arbitration. Mr. President, I'm not going to pretend such a course of action would be easy. China is a global titan with hegemonic ambitions. And the Chinese government has also shrewdly pursued a policy of leveraging its economic might to secure international influence. I harbor no illusions that this is an easy task. But China's track record in the UNGA is not infallible. According to a study by the Lowy Institute in Australia, China's contributions do not always successfully translate to influence. In 2015, for example, in the face of furious opposition from China, 117 member states of the UN General Assembly approved a resolution recognizing the role of human rights defenders, calling for their protection and urging states to release persons arbitrarily detained for exercising their fundamental rights to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. This demonstrates how the UN and the UNGA still remain viable platforms to uphold international law and protect weaker states. And now that our country has received a snowballing of support for our lawful claims in the West Philippine Sea, now that we are at an optimal juncture to call on more nations to rally behind our cause, now is the time to push for this course of action. Just last month, 16 member countries of the European Union issued a statement reaffirming their support for the 2016 ruling of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, recognizing our nation's rights over the West Philippine Sea. Recently, India distanced herself from her partners in the BRICS by issuing a joint statement with the Philippines, stressing a shared interest in a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. Along with our other security partners and allies like the United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and Italy, who have already reaffirmed their support for the arbitral ruling. This is a clear sign that the world is arriving at a consensus, recognizing the validity of our claim to the West Philippine Sea. While we are in a better position than we were 7 years ago, standing shoulder to shoulder with our regional allies and partners, we must continue to solidify that international consensus against the unlawful claims of the Chinese government and the illegitimate policy it is pursuing in the West Philippine Sea of attempting to do with force and coercion what it cannot achieve under international law. Nonetheless, I recognize that this will require all the craft and ingenuity of our diplomats, and I trust in the wisdom of the men and women of the DFA to craft language that can mobilize the widest consensus. I have no doubt that our institutions and the entire Filipino public will give our full and unconditional support as they represent the pride and honor of our country on the world stage. Mr. President, dear colleagues, a UNGA resolution could bolster the arbitral award, which makes one thing supremely and absolutely clear. China's claim of historic rights to resources in the waters of the entire South China Sea was illegal and incompatible with the exclusive economic zones provided by the UNCLOS. A UNGA resolution is in the interest not only of the Philippines, but also the entire community of nations. Nations that have learned not just the follies, but also the limits of force and war, and have sworn never to repeat that bitter lesson. Mr. President, taking this to a vote before the United Nations, knowing the stakes, knowing who we are up against, is us telling the Filipino people that we will not cower in fear, that we will fight with them. As the BRP Sierra Madre, tattered by the weather and battered by history, continues to stand defiantly as a symbol of a country that will not yield, not one nautical inch, so too must we stand. Let us take heart from the courage of our own people, the fisherfolk who still venture out to sea, the Philippine Marines who stand their ground on a rusting ship. Gawin po natin ito para sa kanila, para sa ating mga anak, para sa mundong pinoprotektahan ang mahina at nirerendahan ang malakas. At higit sa lahat, para sa minamahal nating Pilipinas. Mabuhay, Mr. President, og daghang salamat.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. I would also too like to sponsor the measure. May I ask, and next after me would be Senator Jingo Estrada. I believe Senator Cayetano is raising his hand. Maybe after the sponsorships, if it's.
Yes, Mr. President,
May I ask Senator
we ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Sani
President. so you
Angara
can
to sit down here and preside.
Sponsor, yeah,
Session suspend.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate President to co-sponsor the measure. So move, Mr. President.
The distinguished leader of our institution, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized. Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you very much. To our distinguished presiding officer, Senator Sani Angara. Ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed colleagues, we'll just ask for a minute of silence from our colleagues in the back.
May we ask the session in the rear to adjourn as former Senate President Soto and former Minority Leader Drilon would often request, so that we can hear the beautiful voice of our Senate President.
Only second to yours, especially when we do our karaoke sessions, Senator Angara.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that, Senator Angara, Mr. President. I stand here today, my dear colleagues, to sponsor resolution number 659, resolution of Senator Rizon Taveros, to voice the sense of the Senate against the continued creeping invasion of the Chinese government on waters that have already been recognized by the Permanent Court of Arbitration to be part of our exclusive economic zone. The 2016 PCA ruling was a historic triumph for all of us. But it is a triumph that we have not been able to fully enjoy, as our friends in China has disrespected it time and time again, and their Chinese militia vessels encroaching upon our territory and harassing our much smaller Coast Guard and Navy vessels. You can see the permanent bases that they already constructed within the territory. And by the way, these are all armed to the teeth with missile batteries. Worse yet, they have harassed even our hapless fisherfolk who are simply trying to make a living, but have been intimidated into keeping their livelihood closer to our shores and away from the bountiful resources of our wider waters. Our neighbors bullying, Mr. President, then no denying about it, there's no word for it, is absolutely reprehensible and completely illogical. Let us take the Reed Bank, for instance. This was the news 2 weeks ago in every headlines. There was a swarming of boats and ships at the Reed Bank and Recto Bank. This, my dear colleagues, is 80 nautical miles from Palawan, and I will use a laser pointer. This is not the green laser pointer of the Chinese military Navy on us. This is just a red pointer to point out where Reed Bank is, 18 nautical miles from northern Palawan. On a clear day with a telescope, maybe with a binocular, looking out of San Vicente, Palawan, or even maybe the beautiful beaches of El Nido, you might be able to see the ships already coming close to our country, my dear colleagues. It is 80 nautical miles from the coast of Palawan, and why I say it is incomprehensible and completely illogical, the closest mainland China, the mainland area of China, is 595 nautical miles away. So please, Lord above, tell me, who can explain to me that this territory is their territory when it is that far? It is 5 times farther than our coastline. It is 595 miles from the coast of Hainan province. Even farther when you look at the mainland of China, just up here. By all metrics of reason, Reed Bank is ours. It is Philippine territory. Or we can look at Mischief Reef or any land formations in the Spratlys where China has been putting up reclamation activities. Mischief Reef, my dear colleagues, Mr. President, is just 129 miles away from Palawan. And it is almost 600 nautical miles away from Hainan. 600, mas malayo pa po sa mainland China. And yet China insists on claiming it as part of their so-called 9-dash line. Just look at the map, Mr. President. I always want to show these illustrations to people to really show them that we are not encroaching on their territory. They're clearly encroaching on Philippine territory. Imagine, my dear colleagues, ships storming the area 80 nautical miles from the US coastline. My goodness. Imagine the whole Navy of the United States and Coast Guard would be up in arms and would follow pursuit operations. Or even 80 nautical miles from the Indian coastline. Or 80 nautical miles from the Russian coastline. They will never agree to that, Your Honors, no matter what side of the fence you're on. Given China's blatant disrespect of our waters, we are left with little choice but to once again seek the support and wisdom of the international community and impress upon the Chinese government our unwavering commitment to fighting for our sovereignty. Ayaw naman natin po ng gulo. Ayaw naman natin ng gera. Hindi naman natin kaya ang China. Malakas po sila, mas malakas po sila sa atin numerically and of course with their superior might. And the only recourse that we have is to take it to the international community. And Senator Rizzo Ontiveros is completely right. We will not simply watch them seize our islands from our waters. We must continue to seek the support and wisdom of the international community and impress upon the Chinese government our unwavering commitment to fighting for our sovereignty. We will not simply watch them seize our islands and our waters. We may not have as much military might as they do at this time, but we will do everything in our power to strengthen our support for our Coast Guard and Navy. And I've already, as a matter of fact, spoken to many of my colleagues that in this new budget coming up for the 2024 regular budget, that hopefully the Senate can insert more funds for our gray ships, white ships, and of course our armed forces. The Navy and Coast Guard need to be strengthened. And we will stand our ground through all means possible, Mr. President, such as what we are doing with this resolution, where we urge the Department of Foreign Affairs to sponsor a resolution before the United Nations General Assembly calling on our neighbor China to stop their harassment. Should we successfully pass a resolution before the UN General Assembly, we will in effect be solidifying international support for the sovereignty of the Philippines and putting pressure on our friends in China to keep their military and political activities outside our exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. Let me repeat, continental shelf. Hindi tayo papayag na tapakan tayo ng kahit anong bansa at harap-harapan nilang sakupin kung ano ang atin. Lalaban tayo sa panghihimasok ng gobyerno ng China sa ating exclusive economic zone. At gagawin natin ang lahat ng ating makakaya para maprotektahan ang kaubuhayan at kaligtasan ng mga mangingisdang Pilipino. And to end, Mr. President, I just want to salute all the men and women of our Navy, our Air Force, our military, especially the Coast Guard, na harap-harapan po nilang tinitignan sa mga mata ng ating neighbor China at talagang hindi sila napapasindak at hindi po sila natatakot. Lalo na yung mga Marines stationed sa Ayungin Shoals. 24 sila. They are there for love of God and country. I salute them. They said to me and to many of us here, together with Senator Jinggoy Estrada, bahala na po kung anong mangyayari sa amin, pero hindi kami aalis dito. Ganun katapang ang ating mga kapatid na mga sundalo dito sa mga lugar na ito. I salute them, Mr. President. And we in government should support them at all costs. Maraming po salamat. Mabuhay po ang ating bansa. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas.
Thank you very much. Very well said, Mr. Senate President. Especially paying tribute to our very brave
Thank
men
you,
and
Mr.
women
President.
of the armed forces.
Mr.
Majority Leader?
President, next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished gentleman from the great city of San Juan, no other than Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
The chairman of the Committee on National Defense, Senator Jinggoy, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this is to express my all-out support. Senate Resolution number 659, authored by our distinguished, soft-spoken, but strong-willed Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. A decade ago, the Philippines initiated arbitration proceedings against China. In January of 2013, our country hailed China, a nation with land area 30 times larger and far mightier military prowess, to court. This action demonstrated the Philippine government's desire to clarify maritime jurisdiction and entitlements under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. After 3 years, July 12, 2016, we achieved a historic legal victory, one that invalidated China's 9-dash line and rejected its expansive maritime claims. This triumph was hailed around the world as proof that when international law is on your side, even the mightiest nations can be held accountable. However, 7 years later, the harassment, aggressive tactics, and the continuous presence of Chinese marine vessels within our exclusive economic zone, as well as their apparent creeping invasion of our territory, persist unabated. During my recent visit to Pag-asa Island, not far from the shore, we saw a fleet of Chinese vessels, and to our dismay, we even received text messages greeting us with "Welcome to China," while on an island under the jurisdiction of the municipality of Calayan, province of Palawan, Republic of the Philippines. Enough is enough. Tama na. Sobra na. Ilang mangingisda pa po ang matatakot at magdadalawang isip na maglayag sa sarili nating karagatan para makapaghanap buhay. Ilang magigiting na kawal ng Philippine Coast Guard pa ang hintay natin mabulag o magkaroon ng kapansanan habang nagpapatrolya sa ating teritoryo dahil sa pambubuli ng China. Ilang sundalo pa natin ang malalagay sa alanganing sitwasyon dahil sa ginagawang paghaharang at paghahamon ng mga Chinese vessels sa ating mga barko at sasakyang pandagat. Malinaw na malinaw mula sa mga binitawang salita ng kanilang mga matataas na opisyal at sa ginagawang pagkilos ng Chinese militia, hindi kinikilala at nirerespeto ng China ang naging desisyon sa The Hague. The Philippines won against China. Maliwanag na maliwanag. It is a message that should be repeated over and over again at every opportunity, including at the August Chamber of the United Nations General Assembly. We are a David to China's Goliath. We must seek the support of the international community to rally behind our cause for a rules-based international order, one that is not dictated by swords or guns, but is won through respect for laws and sovereignty. It is in our best interest to follow through on the earlier pronouncement of former President Rodrigo Duterte when he invoked the arbitration ruling in his first ever address to the UN General Assembly in 2020, wherein he asserted that it is now part of international law beyond compromise and beyond the reach of passing governments to dilute, diminish, or abandon, and that we firmly reject attempts to undermine it. And he also emphasized what the victory stands for: the triumph of reason over rashness, of law over disorder, of amity over ambition. Sundan po natin ang naunang positibong hakbang ng nakarang administrasyon na ipaalala sa iba't ibang bansa at igiit ang kahalagan ng arbitral ruling sa pagtiyak ng kapayapaan at seguridad sa rehiyon. In solidarity with Senator Hontiveros, I cross political party lines and stand for our national interest. I join her in fervently calling on the community of nations to stop the harassment and bullying in the West Philippine Sea and to respond to the resolution and act swiftly on this measure. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you very much to our Chairman of the Committee on National Defense, Senator Jingo Estrada.
Mr. President, last but not the least, to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the province of Isabela and Davao, no other than our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Migrant Workers, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Isabela and Davao, our distinguished Chairman of the Committee of Energy and Migrant Workers, Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I rise to support the adoption of the proposed Senate Resolution number 659 to urge our Department of Foreign Affairs to sponsor a resolution before the United Nations General Assembly to call on China to stop their harassment of Filipinos in the West Philippine Sea and to uphold the integrity of our territory. Hindi katanggap-tanggap ng ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang ating mga mangingisda, ay ginagamitan ng karahasan ng dayuhang China na makapaghanap buhay na mapayapa sa West Philippine Sea. Mas nakagagalit din na pati mismo ang ating military personnel ay nakakaranas ng mga unlawful aggression sa kamay ng mga dayuhan. Hindi dapat natin ito palampasin. Ang sa Pilipinas ay sa Pilipinas. The Chinese harassment towards Filipinos in the West Philippine Sea should stop now. It is high time that the Philippine government exert all efforts to ensure that China will recognize the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling and other international laws such as the UNCLOS. The United Nations was built to hold member states for agreements they freely entered into. we come before other countries in good faith. It is but right that we expect the same from them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Rafi Tulfo.
Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, would also like to make a manifestation, if not interpellation. I'm not sure, Mr. President, if the gentleman from Taguig would interpellate, Mr. President, the distinguished sponsor.
Let's ask the pleasure of the good gentleman from Taguig.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
And first and foremost, may I congratulate this legislative body for taking up not only a very important matter, but I will say a matter essential to our nation. I think this is the first time that we will comprehensively discuss. Of course, this matter has continually been discussed, is being discussed, is a part of our national life. But let me thank all of the sponsors led by Senator Ontiveros for bringing up this issue. In that light, Mr. President, I'd like to put on the record that I agree 100% on the outrage of any claim, and more so, any aggression, no, or any move against our sovereignty, our territory, or sovereign rights. I also join the good senators and sponsors in commending our frontliners. Yan po man ay Coast Guard, yan po man ay Bureau of Fisheries, yan po man ay private fishermen na naghahanap lang ng hanap buhay. Having said that, to the statement that we have no other choice, I feel that there is a need for a discussion because the Duterte and the Aquino administration did show that there are many choices and different approaches. So with the permission of the body and of course of the good senator, if I will be allowed to interpolate, I'd like to bring up the questions of who, what, and how we will be able to satisfy ourselves and do our duty as a legislative body. So may I ask the good sponsor, Senator Ontiveros, the minority, Deputy Minority Leader, if I may ask some questions, please.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the Deputy Minority Floor Leader. If
Salamat
willing.
kaayo.
If she's willing.
I do, Mr. President. Salamat kaayo. And yes, good
Yeah.
gentleman from
Well,
Taguig and
let me start
Pateros.
by giving my own stand on the issue, Mr. President, with the permission of the good senator. It's more of a discussion than an interpellation.
Yes, of course.
You know, as a person, as a member of the Senate, and more as a Christian, I really believe in the book of Matthew when he says, "Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything shall be added unto you." I believe a nation that seeks God's righteousness, seeks his kingdom, will be fulfilled in principle, in maturity, in territorial integrity, in economics and everything, no? Because what we need here is a comprehensive strategy. If you look at China, the United States, Vietnam, and Malaysia, klaro ang strategy nila eh. Pero when you look at the Philippines, question mark kung ano ang strategy natin. No? That's my personal belief. So the first question I'd like to ask is that, who are the parties to the dispute in the West Philippine Sea? If I may ask that to the good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President and good gentleman from Taguig and Pateros. There are many parties, many claimant nations in the whole of the South China Sea, including China and the Philippines and various others. But those who are particularly standing across each other in the West Philippine Sea, actually, Mr. President, dapat iisa lamang. Dapat tayo lamang ang Pilipinas. But China had continuously taken aggressive and disrespectful actions towards us over many years, so that finally, in 2012, the Philippine government took the action of bringing a case against her, against China, before the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague.
Yes. So allow me to pursue that. So is the good lady saying that it is only China who has been disrespectful or who we have a dispute with?
Thank you, Mr. President and good gentlemen. No, in fact, there are other claimant countries in the whole of the South China Sea with whom we have had on and off
Yes.
also problems or troubles in the West Philippine Sea. There was a time, for example, that some of our Filipino nationals were involved in an incident with a Taiwanese fisherman. And that incident caused the unfortunate death of the fisherman and caused tensions to arise between the two governments here in the Philippines and in Taipei. And there needed to be
Yes.
diplomatic negotiations in order not only to address the immediate problems brought about by that unfortunate killing, but also to come up with rules moving forward of how to avoid similar incidents and address them if and when they should ever recur. Salamat sa Diyos, hindi po nangyari yon. And it seems that the arrangements arrived at after that incident so far have served both the Philippines and Taiwan in good stead. There are also other countries, for example, like Vietnam, who are in our waters. And just a few days ago, it was reported, but I stress, Mr. President, reported that they were also supposedly militarizing waters in the West Philippine Sea. That report, actually, Mr. President, for the record, is now subject of investigation, whether it is a true report of a true incident o kung kuryente yon. That's what I hear from our kababayan in the media. That is the subject of their fact-finding right now, Mr. President.
So let me just clarify. So we do believe we officially we are with the one China policy. So I agree with the lady senator that yes, we had a problem with Taiwan dahil meron din po silang claim. And of course, China is saying yun din ang claim nila. But we also have a dispute with Vietnam and Malaysia. So ang question ko po, if tayo lahat ay may dispute dyan, bakit po sa resolution na to, China lang po ang ating tinutukoy, or why are we concentrating only or limiting this resolution to China? Why don't we also ask the UN to look into why Vietnam and Malaysia are intruding into our waters?
Mr. President, good gentlemen, the sole subject of the resolution urging the Philippine government through the Department of Foreign Affairs to sponsor a resolution before the UN General Assembly is China, because it was China who was also, aside from the Philippines, the subject of that landmark ruling in the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which said that there was no legal basis for China to claim historic rights to resources within the sea areas falling within the 9-dash line. Kahit pa po siguro tignan natin o pagsamasamahin ang Taiwan, ang Vietnam, ang Malaysia, or any other countries with which we have had any incident or troubles in the West Philippine Sea in the past many years, siguro po mas konti pa yung mga insidenteng iyon kahit itotal po natin at posibleng mas mild kumpara sa dami at sa tindi at sa pagkatuloy-tuloy ng mga insidenteng pinagdudusahan ng ating bansa, ating Navy, ating mangingisda, ating kalikasan pa nga sa kamay ng China. Besides, Mr. President and good gentlemen, this is not a question of dispute. This is a question of a questionable legal theory, the 9-dash line. Yun po ang ikinaso ng ating gobyerno sa The Hague. Kaya't ganun din ka-specific ang ruling nila. At sinabi ng The Hague, once and for all, na questionabling legal theory talaga ang 9-dash line at hindi basehan para ang kinin ng China yung atin sa Pilipinas.
So we
Mr.
are not
President.
questioning the claims, Mr. President, dear Senator. So we're not questioning the legal theory and the claims of Vietnam and Malaysia. Because I can ask the same question. How come we did not bring to the Permanent Court of Arbitration Malaysia and Vietnam?
Mr.
Pareho
President.
naman po, di ba? All of the three countries are in our waters and all of them are claiming na sa kanila yon.
Well, Mr. President, I suppose our government at that time did not do that dahil wala namang pong sinasite na 9-dash line ang Malaysia. Wala naman pong sinasite na 9-dash line ang Vietnam. Lalong walang iniimbentong 9-dash line ang Taiwan. Ang China lamang ang solong nag-imbento, gumagamit ngayon ng 9-dash line para angkinin ang ating katubigan at ang ating mga bahura. Also, Mr. President, as I gave a few examples earlier, other claimants are already talking within the ASEAN Code of Conduct for the South China Sea process. Kaya rin siguro nag-hold so far yung ating kasunduan sa Taiwan after that unfortunate incident. Kaya rin po siguro mas positibo yung mga relasyon natin sa Vietnam at sa Malaysia, pati sa issue ng China at sa marami pang ibang issue sa dagat dahil dito. And we can actually, Mr. President, thank you to the good gentleman for asking why we do not also question the possible legal theories, if there are any of the other claimant countries in the whole of the South China Sea na maaring mayat maya may insidente tayo noon dito sa West Philippine Sea. We could also do so. This resolution does not foreclose the possibility of doing so later, Mr. President.
Maybe if I may add, my distinguished colleagues.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
It's
President.
also with the permission of the sponsor and then our good colleague from Taguig Pateros, it's also because we have filed since January about 98 diplomatic protests on their incursions on the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines. Unlike Vietnam and Malaysia, where we're already coming up with a code of conduct with freedom of navigation. I think the problem with our friends in China is they do not allow us to navigate in our own territory. If they just allowed us to navigate with our own territory without the constant threat and bombardment with the statement that you are in Chinese territory, you must leave immediately, you are in our shoreline and all that, I think we wouldn't have a problem if they allow their fishermen to fish there in the first place kung pinayagan po nila ang ating mangingisda na mag-isda at gumawa ng livelihood nila sa lugar na yun. Wala siguro tayong problema kung nagkakamayan po tayo with the Coast Guard of China kaysa i-laser tag nila tayo, haharangin nila yung barko natin. I think that's a different story. Other claimant countries are not doing that to us.
Yeah, Mr. President.
I think that's just the information I wanted to share to the body.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That with the statement of Senator Risa, let's look at the facts. But the fact is, for 3 years during the Duterte administration, nagkakawayan yung Coast Guard ng Pilipinas at ng China. The fact is, it's true, we have very good relationship with Vietnam and Malaysia, pero kasama ang China, hindi pwedeng makipag-usap ang Taiwan diretso sa ASEAN. Ang nakikipag-usap ang China sa Declaration of Conduct, yung Section 5 po, kasama ang China doon, hindi lang ang Vietnam at Malaysia. And it is not true that Malaysia and Vietnam does not tell our Navy that they are in Vietnamese or Malaysian waters. Palapitin mo yung mga barko sa mga hawak ng Malaysia at Vietnam, pareho din sa ginagawa ng Pilipinas, pareho din ginagawa ng China. Let me show you a chart, and let the public decide. No? Can you show how many? Please show on the board how many features are controlled by China, by Malaysia and Vietnam inside our exclusive economic zone, please. May I ask permission to the Senate President that we will put it there.
Please proceed.
So, ayan po, no? Let me put it on my phone so that I can also. So, 4 po ang claim ng China na nasa loob ng EEZ natin. Next slide, please. 11 po ang nasa ng Vietnam. So hindi po totoo na mas grabe po ang isang country over the other, no? Magulo talaga itong dispute na to, no? Next slide. Malaysia has 5 and Taiwan 1, but binibilang yon under China, no? I'll give you an example, no? Number 43, Swallow Reef. Can you show the picture of Swallow Reef? Okay, yan po ang picture ng Swallow Reef. It is militarized. Dekada na po yan. Pinakita na rin po yan ng mga think tank sa US. Hindi po chismis or hindi po bali-balita lang na bago ngayon na ang mga features ng Malaysia at Vietnam ay militarized. Kausapin niyo po Navy at saka ang ating pong Coast Guard. Lumapit po kayo dyan. Kinausap ko po sila as Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Sasabihan din po sila, you are in Vietnamese waters. You are in Malaysian waters. Di ba? So the truth is, the US think tanks ignored putting that front and center because iba po ang interest ng US sa atin. Sa atin po ang interest natin, sovereignty, territory, and sovereign rights. Ang US po, ang kanilang interest po ay yung freedom of navigation. Ang US po ay hindi nakapirma sa UNCLOS. Ang US po hindi officially tinatanaw yung pong arbitral award natin because hindi sila signatory sa UNCLOS. I've spoken to people in the White House, I've spoken to senators and members of Congress. Bakit po ang US Joint Patrol hindi nila ino-offer near Vietnam and Malaysia? So that's what I'm saying, Mr. President. But before I continue,
Let me just ask our distinguished colleague, if you can show that in the map of where the vicinity of that particular island is so that we can see the comparison on where it is, no, within the,
yes. Well,
the,
Mr. President,
area. Because if it is closer to Malaysia, then I would understand.
no, this is in our EEZ, Mr. President.
Yes, correct. But
So,
it would be nice if
I'll-
somebody could point
Yeah,
it out.
I'll show you all the pictures, Mr. President, but at the end of the interpellation, ang proposal ko po kasi ay dapat po ang National Task Force mag-briefing sa atin sa committee. Because we agree and we are all outraged about the actions of China. But is the UN General Assembly the right forum for us to get justice? I'm not saying it's the wrong forum. What I'm saying is that under our constitution and jurisprudence, the chief architect is the president. It has never been the House or the Senate. So it is the president who will say what is the strategy, where we will go. But Mr. President, with your permission, I'll just show the other pictures. Pakita
In the
natin yung
meantime,
ibang
Mr.
pictures.
President, good gentleman, while the good gentleman is pulling up the other pictures, if I may just make a few comments on some of the important points he has mentioned. Hindi lang iisang bansa ang may interest sa freedom of navigation. As the good Senate President said in his sponsorship speech of this resolution, napakaraming bansa at napakaraming regional formations all over the world ay may interes sa freedom of navigation dahil napakaraming bansa sa buong mundo ay mga coastal nations din. Hindi kasama sa UNCLOS yung isang world power, ganun din. Ang China, hindi rin siya kasama sa UNCLOS. Pero hindi tama na hindi tinatanaw ng mga ibang global powers tulad ng US yung arbitral award. So, it might be ironic, ang US hindi member ng UNCLOS pero kinikilala nila yung ating tagumpay sa The Hague and more countries and regional formations all over the world have done so. In fact, bumebuelo yung international consensus around us. If we talk to the Navy, if we talk to the armed forces, ang sasabihin po nila na yung single na pinakamalaking threat ngayon sa ating national security ay walang iba kundi ang China dahil sa kanyang aggressive action sa atin sa West Philippine Sea. And is the UN General Assembly the right forum? It is one of the right fora. Because I agree with the good gentleman, Mr. President, hindi solong mode of engagement lang tayo. So we hold on to our victory at The Hague. And now, after that historic ruling, or jurisprudence, we are seeking now also the diplomatic and political support of all other member countries in the United Nations. And indeed, the President is the architect of our foreign policy. Kaya nga po, pati sa lengguwahe ng resolution, which I am open to amendments to, Mr. President, for example, in the dispositive portion, Dahil sila ang arkitekto ng ating foreign policy. Kaya nga po, ang lengguwahe ng resolusyong ito ay addressed to the Philippine government through the Department of Foreign Affairs. Bilang sila ang alter ego ni Presidente ng arkitekto ng foreign
It's
policy.
just a sense of the
Yes, Mr.
Senate.
President.
It is a sense of the Senate
Opo.
asking our executive department, who is the chief policy maker, particularly the president, to take action on this.
Yes, Mr. President.
We'll
Basically,
go to
yun.
that, Mr. President. Now, may we show the Vietnam, start tayo dun sa picture, no? Ito Vietnam, ito po ang Quezon Reef. Meron pong ZPU-57-2 anti-aircraft artillery, may open radar, may armed personnel at gun encampment, may air raid shelter, may battle tank with personal manning, meron po itong dish antenna, meron pong gun emplacement with personal manning ng QJZ-89 12.77mm HMG, meron pong battle tank with personal manning inside sa kabilang side. Next slide. You have the Vietnam occupied Bailang K. It has a lighthouse, newly constructed temporary shelter a few years ago pa to. Gun emplacement concrete bunker, two-story rectangular concrete with solar power heater installed on the roof. It has speedboats, trenches, open array radar, battle tank gun shelters. Next slide. Observation tower with solar panels, open array radar, napakalapit sa atin bansa to. Antenna for mobile phones, it has a battle tank, ongoing construction of trenches, it has personal work. Ito po ay sa Sincoe, East Reef, Vietnam. Next slide. Ito po yung Pugad Island. Sa Pugad Island po may gun shelter, makikita nyo po may quay siya, meaning pwede pong pumasok yung iba't ibang klaseng ships nila. Meron din pong reclamation yan, may helipad, may ZPU-57-2 anti-aircraft artillery, may battle tanks, etc. So, just as we go through this, no, it will show
But my dear
you.
colleague, no, if I may, nainggit nga ako sa Vietnam eh. Nainggit ako sa kanila. Actually, these military fortifications is not because of us. It's also because of China.
No, that is in
To
our
be honest,
EEZ.
their number one aggressor in that particular
No,
port
Mr.
is
President,
also with China.
I take exception to that. You know why?
How come?
That is in our EEZ. So
Yes.
you cannot say that that's only against China, that's also against us. If our military goes near Kalansiao K now, the Vietnamese tell us that is Vietnamese land. So meaning if we win and suddenly China leaves the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea, hindi po tayo ang makakakuha ng aalisan ng China. Ang
Then,
Malaysia,
Mr. President.
May I just finish?
Yes, Mr. President.
Historically kasi, yung pushback ng Vietnam has been very successful when it came to Chinese aggression on the West Philippine Sea. So, as a matter of fact, we had a whole delegation, I'm not sure if you joined us, when we had the delegation of the Vietnamese Parliament and Speaker of the Vietnamese Parliament with us here, the Communist Parliament of Vietnam, we had a lengthy discussion upstairs in our ceremonial hall on how they really push back.
Yes.
And they really do not allow.
agree,
that
Mr.
kind of
President.
stuff.
And I communicated that to the US, that Vietnam can give a bloody nose to any of its enemies.
Yeah, anyone.
That's why magdadalawang isip ka, just like Mig Subiri who has a black belt, magdadalawang isip ka makipagsuntukan. But the problem is that the military equipment given to us, walang weaponry. And in the $680 million South China Sea Fund in 2017-2018, it was Vietnam at Malaysia ang malaking nakuha, hindi Pilipinas. So, Mr. President, I'm not saying nakalaban natin ang Vietnam at Malaysia. Ha? Vietnam and Malaysia are our allies as of now, but they're also claimants. And what I'm saying is that they have a clear strategy. Improve their economy, bilaterally negotiate with China, and then build their defenses. So what I'm saying is that two of them, hindi natin pwedeng ignore. Let's go to the Malaysian held features. No, this is
Mr.
swallowed.
President and good gentlemen.
May I just
before-
finish the,
Just about Vietnam, good gentlemen, before we move on to your
Yes,
photos
of
about Malaysia. Of course, Mr. President, the good gentleman could also sponsor a resolution calling on the DFA to file a case in the Permanent Court of Arbitration against Vietnam. This resolution is not mutually exclusive to that. Dahil sa dulo po, Mr. President, we stand for Philippine sovereignty.
yeah, I could, Mr. President, but it would do no good. You know, that's the point. The point of diplomacy, lalo po kung wala pong world power na mag-enforce, is that we have to align a policy with strategy that something that can actually get done. And when
But,
we
Mr.
compare
President-
Mr. President, may I finish? If you compare the strategy of of the Aquino administration and the Duterte administration, makikita nyo po sa Aquino administration nawalan tayo ng territory, na take over po ang Scarborough. Sa Duterte administration, ni isang square inch po walang nawala sa atin. In the Aquino administration, and it's not the fault of President Aquino, it was the strategy and the people implementing the strategy. Ang isang strategy po doon, hindi makipag-usap sa China, nakikipag-usap po sa multilateral, hindi po nakapasok ang ating fishermen around Scarborough. During the Duterte administration, nakapasok po tayo doon. Bakit po? Kasi po nag-uusap bilaterally, which is in the arbitration award, meron po, it is in UNCLOS, and it is also in the declaration of yung conduct. Yung binabanggit kanina po ng the good Senator Ontiveros, binabanggit niya nag-uusap kasi sa ASEAN. Kasi po may DOC, no? And yung DOC na yon should go to the Code of Conduct, COC. And China is working with ASEAN with that. But ang sabi ng China, wag tayo mag-multilateral sa iba because the other world powers have other interests. And if you look at Malaysian and Vietnamese strategy, they are talking with ASEAN and with China. They are not going to the Court of Arbitration, nor are they going to the UN General Assembly. That's what I'm saying. I'm
So
not saying it's a
therefore-
wrong strategy. I'm saying you can look back in history and see the results of the two. And I'm saying that the Senate should tread carefully and get the right information, kompletuhin. Kasi kanina lang, sinabi ni Senator Ontiveros, hindi naman ganun kasi ang Malaysia at Vietnam. But now with the pictures, makikita nyo. Yung iba sa atin dito, hanggang ngayon, nagugulat. When I briefed the military, some in the military, especially if they're not in the Navy, hindi nila alam na ganito din ang sitwasyon. Some of the US members of Congress did not know that the US was favoring Vietnam and Malaysia. That's why when President Obama went to Japan at tinanong siya in the dispute of the islands between China and Japan, if China tries to access that island, will it automatically trigger Section 5, which is the Mutual Defense Treaty? Sabi ni Obama, yes. Then he went to the Philippines, tinanong siya, kung may problema dito sa South China Sea at etong mga exclusive economic zone natin and everything, no? Will it trigger Section 5 of our Mutual Defense Treaty? Ang sagot ni Obama, no. So may I correct, just for the record, Senator Ontiveros, US is not a signatory to UNCLOS. They congratulate us on the award, but it is not their national policy to implement the award.
That is
I
exactly
must-
what I said,
no-
Mr. President.
Yes,
That
but
like
China-
the US, China is not a member of the
No,
UNCLOS.
China is a member
Pero-
of UNCLOS, Senator.
Pero di tulad ng China, kahit hindi miyembro ng UNCLOS ang US, kinikilala niya yung
No, no.
arbitral award natin.
That's not correct, Mr. President. The China is a member of UNCLOS. Ang Amerika hindi member ng UNCLOS.
Yun na nga po
Ang
sinabi ko,
Amerika,
Mr. President.
fini-cheer yung decision, pero hindi niya policy na i-implement yung decision.
Actually,
So
Mr.
we
President,
talked
good
directly with the
gentlemen.
US and told the US, give us a contractor, a service contractor, we will build for oil, send us a ship na bantayan. Ang sagot nila, hindi yan sa policy namin. But
Mr.
we
President,
want, but
good
we want,
gentleman.
may I finish my sentence? So the point is, the good senator was saying, freedom of navigation sa lahat. Ang number one na may interest sa freedom of navigation, magugulat man tayo, is China. Bakit po? Because 80% ng ekonomiya ng China ay nasa coastal areas niya. and mostly malapit sa atin yung southern, di ba? So actually, yung sinasabi ng US na freedom of navigation, yun din ang gusto ng China. Ang unang magsasuffer kung may gera around the South China Sea is China. Ang pangalawang magsasuffer tayo kasi maiipit tayo sa gitna eh. Ang Malaysia at Vietnam ay meron pong strategy na nakikipag-away sila sa China sa territory nila, pero hindi po sila gumigitna sa dalawang superpower na US at saka
Ang
China.
problema natin siguro dyan, Senator Cayetano, is magandang makipag-usap kung yung kausap mo ay matino. Sa totoo lang. Ang problema, kausap ni President Marcos, first state visit niya ay China. Nakausap niya po si President Xi, and during that meeting, they were very cordial, very friendly, and ang sabi po nila, they will continue to engage on freedom of navigation or movement within the West Philippine Sea. Wala pang ilang linggo na dumaan, ayun na po yung pag-take over na po ng green lighting or mga
Green laser.
harassment ng ating mga white ships po ito, Coast Guard and our fisher folk. As a matter of fact, since then, the President has called the ambassador several times to Malacanang. If you ask me, I would have been more harsh, actually. So, mahirap ang kumausap sa isang bansa na hindi mo naman matino. You started with your speech by saying that it was a phrase from the Bible. Fortunately, our friends in China do not believe in God, and nor do we believe in the Bible. Because I remember talking to one and I said, "Are you Buddhist?" Sabi niya, "No, I'm communist." So wala silang pinapaniwala na Diyos. So tayo, naniniwala po tayo sa Diyos, takot po tayo kay Allah and to God. Mahirap kausapin yung isang bansa na hindi po takot sa kay Allah o kay God kasi wala po
Well,
silang
Mr. President.
pinapaniwala.
Mr. President,
I will
we
just
just-
end by saying, I'll just end this statement by saying this. If there were goodwill measures being done by that particular country to our discussions and negotiations, di wala po sana tayong problema. Unfortunately, even in our embassy here, nangyari na sa akin yan. Ako hindi naman nabudol, pero I was thrown under the bus when he told me something about Pogo and I shared it to everybody. Ang sabi niya, kasinungalingan, ay pala, totoo pala ang sinabi niya, and I can prove it with the witnesses that were with me there. Then a month after, about the incident of the Navy boat, yung kinuha nila, yung debris from the Chinese rocket that fell, sabi nila it was a mutually understood, mutual understanding where they gladly gave us the debris to take back to China. And lumabas yung video, sinisigawan, naubusan nga ng English yung ating Navy frogman.
Well, Mr.
Galit na
President.
galit siya. Ang ginagawa nyo, what are you doing? Tapos, we had it here. It was shown in video here. So these are the things that does not happen with Vietnam, nor does it happen with Malaysia,
No.
because we have a mutual respect for one another.
Mr. President, that is
So-
my point
President,
precisely.
My
Mr. Pres-
point is,
my-
it's very hard to talk
no,
to
my
another
point
party.
precisely, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Malaysia and Vietnam. Let me address the Senate President because he addressed my comments.
Well, I'm trying to
So-
address the good gentleman's many points that are
Yeah,
accumulating.
well,
Mr.
sorry,
President.
Senator Antiveros, I was just also addressing your points. Actually, hindi pa tapos ipakita yung pictures ng Malaysia. No? But yung point ni Senate President, Sir Senate President, as I said, I share with you the outrage. I share with you the frustration, ba't nangyayari to, ba't kinausap ng Presidente. But I also see the historical past. Ng panahon ni President Duterte, layer after layer ng communication hanggang maayos to prevent. I don't know if this chamber was informed. There was even a time for almost 2 months, mahigit 1 month. Hindi nagsasagutan ng telepono ang ating Coast Guard at China. Pero during the Duterte administration, pinagbawal ng both sides na hindi sagutin ng both sides yung telepono ng Coast Guard. Kasi sabi nila, di bali na mag-away yung gray ship, ay yung hindi pwede na yung Coast Guard na kung saan may emergency, hindi nag-uusap. So my point is, Mr. President, precisely why it's not happening between the Philippines and Malaysia at Vietnam, but it's also not happening between Vietnam and Malaysia and China is because they found a way to work it out without other superpowers And may malinaw na usapan. Is Vietnam and Malaysia satisfied? Of course not, because they believe it's theirs. Are we satisfied? No, also. But I'm saying, Mr. President, in our desire to do something, we have to ask first, tama po ba nasa UNGA? Secondly, in our desire to do something against the biggest one, dahil mas malaki ekonomiya, mas marami sila, mas malakas ang kanilang Navy, do we ignore our problems naman with Vietnam and Malaysia? And lastly, Mr. President, yes, mali kung nagsabi ang China na hiningi nila. But again, I mentioned this to the majority leader. Under international law, kung meron kang something in space at mahulog, hindi pwede kunin ng ibang country yon. The only thing you can do is inform that country at sila kukuha. So kung may nahulog galing sa satellite ng China sa Pilipinas, ang obligasyon ng Pilipinas, tawagan ng China at kunin. Hindi rin pwedeng makipag-agawan ang tao natin. Baliktarin man natin ang sitwasyon. Sinabi ni Pangulong Marcos, may 2 tayong bagong satellite. Pag yan po nahulog, let's say in between the waters of Hong Kong and mainland, we cannot get it. The Chinese cannot get it. They're obligated to tell us. Ngayon, kung may miscommunication or they lied to us, mali, I do not excuse that. No? I was a very tough negotiator. Grabe po ang mga sinabi ko behind closed doors because yun po ang instruction ni President Duterte. Remember, a diplomat cannot say anything of his personal opinion. Only that of the instructions of the chief diplomat. So that's what my point here today, Mr. President. The chief diplomat has not stated that he wants this taken up sa UN. And yes, we're not a rubber stamp. And yes, may sariling pag-iisip ang Senate. Pero ang konstitusyon mismo nagsasabi na dapat ang presidente ang may diskarte at jurisprudence ay nagpapatunay nun. Sabi po dito, Pimentel versus Executive Secretary, GR 158088, July 6, 2005. In our system of government, the president, being the head of state, is regarded as the sole organ and authority in external relation and is the country's sole representative with foreign nations. This would put the Senate and executive in an awkward position and could cause embarrassment in the Senate if the president orders the DFA not to file the resolution. On the other hand, if it is going to file the resolution, why not hear this in committee, get the input of the National Task Force, get the input of 24 senators, and strengthen it? There's another question of, is it the General Assembly or is it the Security Council? Because in cases where peace is at stake, the Security Council has the authority. Or is it a case of implementation? So should we go back to the permanent court of arbitration? So that's my point, Mr. President. Even I'm not saying malito, but I'm not also saying tama. Bakit? Hindi ko po naririnig kung anong instructions ng presidente sa DFA. Hindi ko pa po naririnig ang ambassador natin sa US. Ano yung sinasabi niyang bagong guarantee ni President Biden? Iyan po ba ay guarantee sa freedom of navigation lang or pwede na tayong mag-dig for oil? Pwede na tayong mag-drill? So this is such a complex, but I would agree with you, Mr. President. I see your passion. I talk to you in the back in your office and you are just, full of frustration na ang linaw naman na sa atin to. But as I'm saying, Mr. President, Malaysia has its frustrations, Vietnam has its frustrations, even China sometimes has its frustrations with other countries, with world powers, and even with dealing with us. For example, Mr. President, meron tayong meron tayong agreement, walang magtatayo. There was a time that some of our fishermen with some of our personnel tried to put nipa hats, sabi pahingahan lang daw. So syempre nag-react yung China. And magalit man yung iba, tama sila mag-react. Bakit? Pumirma po si Blas Ople dun sa ASEAN sa agreement na pagbakante yung mga island, mga features, wala munang magtatayo ng kahit ano. And President Duterte asked me, Alan, ba't tayo hindi pwede magtayo ng kubo? Para lang naman shelter ng fishermen yon. Sir President, I will give you 2 reasons bakit hindi pwede. Number 1, yung Declaration of Conduct. Number 2, yun ang ginawa ng Chinese eh. Sabi nila kubo lang, then ngayon punong-puno na. So alam na nila yung style na yon, kaya worry sila pag yung iba. So do I condemn them for doing that? Yes. Dapat yan wala. Dapat walang nakatayo sa mga island na yan. Tayo lang po, sa lahat ng claimant, tayo lang po ang disente, so to speak. Bakit po? Basic lang ang binibigay natin sa ating mga militar na nandun. Hindi natin minimilitarize to the point na it becomes a threat to our neighbors. But as the pictures would show, the Malaysian pictures, the Vietnam, this is a threat to our national security. Meron na pong submarines ang Vietnam at Malaysia. Pag ang China po ay nag-retreat at umalis dun sa mga islands na hawak po nila, malaki po ang problema natin. Bakit? Ngayon po yung consensus madali kasi malaki yung China. So madaling sabihin po, bully sila. Pero po ang Malaysia is smaller than us. So if we have a dispute with Malaysia, what will the US say? And will we be the bully or will Malaysia be the bully? Ganon din sa Vietnam. So, Mr. President,
yes.
the point I want to make, no, and I can wrap up or we can continue, is that I really appeal to you, to the body, let us fully take this up in the committee. Kung kailangan 2 linggo, araw-araw, lahat ng briefing, kung kailangan in your chamber, kausapin din natin yung Chinese ambassador if we have to get think tanks from Southeast Asia, because it's just so important. And I guarantee you, no, if we simply pass this resolution, tapon lang natin sa UNGA, madi-disappoint tayo. Because history has proven what I'm saying, na the UNGA is for consensus. It is not for highly contentious issues like this.
Mr.
It may work,
President,
it may not work,
gentlemen.
but just my last point, Madam. Sir, my last point is, it's so important that if we don't get all the information, study it well, and maybe help the DFA craft the resolution itself, kung yun ang decision natin, baka maging negative pa sa atin to later on. So let me stop there and thank you for your patience, Senator Tiveros and Senate President.
Thank you, good gentleman, Mr. President. Sa dami namang importanteng punto, malamang may mga nalimutan na ako, but allow me to begin with 2 of the important last questions raised by the good gentleman from Taguigan Pateros. Tama ba pumunta sa UNGA? Ang UNGA ba o ang UN mismo ay para sa consensus building and not for conflict resolution or not for upholding yung katamaan ng posisyon ng isang bansa na nanalo na ng kaso? Actually, if we examine history, Mr. President, tama din na i-consider nating pumunta sa UNGA. For example, Mr. President, the Nicaraguan government went to the UN General Assembly to enforce the International Court of Justice or ICJ decision against the US. So Nicaragua, isang maliit na bansa din tulad natin, ang katapat niya sa pinagdesisyonan ng isang international court, ICJ in that case, ay isang dambuhalang bansa rin, ang US noon, tulad natin ngayon sa China. They won in the ICJ, ayaw sumunod ng US to cease and desist in its activities around and inside Nicaragua, kaya dumulog ang Nicaragua sa isang katulad na resolution sa UNGA, and they were upheld by the United Nations General Assembly. So, hindi mutually exclusive itong iba't ibang ginagawa ng gobyerno natin noon at maaring gawin ngayon. Pangalawa, do we ignore the problems with other countries? No. In fact, earlier I said that the good gentleman could also request the DFA to file a case before the PCA vis-a-vis our relations with Vietnam. Hindi po mutually exclusive itong ating resolution ngayon at ang ganyang posibleng course of action. Sinabing walang teritoryo nung nakaraang mga taon. That is arguable, and I could research about that and get back to our dear colleagues on that. But yung isang malinaw na nangyari nung nakaraang mga taon which exacerbated the problem for us vis-a-vis China ay dinredge ng China yung ating seabed at ginamit yung ating sariling marine natural resources para maglikha ng mga artificial na isla, i-militarize yung mga iyon at i-claim na kanila. Hindi policy ng US na i-enforce. Actually, hindi naman policy, hindi namang ibang mga bansa to enforce a favorable ruling that a country like us has been awarded in a forum like the PCA. It is up to us to continue taking the executive and legislative actions to stake our claim on the ground or in the water. And certainly, yung pagdulog natin sa UN General Assembly, as the Senate may approve it, expressing the sense of the Senate, and as the DFA would be the one to finalize the final language para makalikha ng mas malawak na consensus with other nations in the UNGA, Mr. President, I think is a very reasonable course of action based on principle at based sa nakaraang mga karanasan ng ibang mga bansa din, Mr. President.
Mr. President, yung pong Nicaragua po, sa ICJ po dinala yon, hindi po sa GA.
Pagkatapos po ng ICJ, sa GA po dinala ng
Let
UN.
me finish, Mr.
No,
President.
just I'm correcting
And-
the fact,
Yes,
Mr. President.
and I'm also correcting also your facts. So, the general compulsory jurisdiction of ICJ, nag-withdraw ang US after that. And in fact, ang US, naghintay ng mas friendly na administration sa Nicaragua bago sila nagbayad. At walang nagawa ang GA to enforce, to make sure that US paid. In fact, some writers and some thinkers said, nag-weaken pa nga yung UN noon. Bakit? Kasi pag nagbotohan, so for example, we bring our resolution to the UN. The UN is strongest pag consensus. Ano po ang definition ng consensus sa UN? Ang definition po, walang nag-object ni isa. So sa UN po, pag nagbotohan at wala pong hindi po magbobotohan, sasabihin la it is the consensus of the UN, etc. That's the most powerful sa UN. Pag may isa, magbobotohan. So, if countries close to China vote against us, they will not implement this. It will make our PCA arbitration ruling even weaker.
No, Mr.
Kasi
President.
supposedly, that's the opinion of the good senator. And again, I bring you back to the administration of Duterte and Aquino. Because we'll go back to multilateral and bilateral. No? India and Pakistan have a dispute. One of them wants bilateral, the other one wants multilateral. Senator Aquino here and his father are very frequent sa IPU. Have you ever seen an American congressman or a congresswoman or senator there? No. Why? They do not attend these multilateral legislative bodies because they do not want to be bound by them. What I'm saying, Mr. President, is that we cannot say, don't worry, nandyan ang US, they will take care of us. Our relationship
I'm not
with
saying
US,
that, Mr. President.
well, many of the colleagues and allies of Senator Tiveros in the media, whether it was the former Secretary, Justice Carpio, you have given many of your opinion during the Duterte administration. It was all leading to that, no? And even in the CA, no? Even the assurances of our ambassador to the US. Ang eto point ko, the US is a good friend. They're an indispensable ally. People to people sa ating security economy, we should get closer to them. But we should not be anti-US nor anti-China. We should be pro-Philippines. Because iba ang interest ng US sa interest ng Pilipinas, sa interest ng China.
Yes.
Freedom of navigation, pareho tayo sa US. Pero dito sa ating territory and sovereign rights, wala po so far guarantee ang US. Hindi po sinasabi ng US, sige, go ahead. Get the minerals, get the oil. Sagot ko kayo. Wala pong ganun. Kaya nga ang suggestion ni Justice Carpio, makipag-git-gitan tayo at pagka binomba yung ating isang barko, may war na.
Pero may
Kaya nga
just,
sinagot ni President Duterte, di ikaw ang sumakay yung
if I may
barko.
interject lang, Senator Alano, you know very much that I am not identified with the political side of Senator Viso Ontiveros. We align together on issues.
Agree,
This is
Mr.
an issue
President.
that we align. On this
Yes, Mr.
particular case, I do not have, as a matter of fact, in my speech, I never mentioned about the United States.
Yes.
There's nothing here on my push for this resolution has nothing to do with
I'll
my
clarify that,
friendship
Mr.
with the
President.
United States.
Yes.
I just want to put that on record. And I think the frustration that we feel is the frustration that is felt by the Filipino people. I came out with I asked the Pulse Asia for rider questions. 8 out of 10 want us to strengthen militarily against the Chinese push in on the Philippines. Almost 9 out of 10 want the Chinese out of our territory. 9 out of 10, ha? That's 90%.
Hanapin
So-
natin yung 1.
so-
Dapat 10 out of 10 yun.
Hindi naman. Meron naman kasi, alam mo naman, meron naman siguro na iba yung paniwala. Ang punto ko dyan, the freedom of navigation is not for the US alone. It's for us. For example, when we try to resupply our Marines in Ayungin Shoals, my distinguished colleague, they will not allow a larger ship to pass through. Bangka lang po. Ang ibig sabihin, ang madadala lang nila ay pagkain at kung ano pa mga gamot. Yung my dear colleagues, hindi po sila nagpapadaan ng mas malaking barko because as much as we want to fortify Ayungin Shoals, which is already occupied by Philippine soldiers, just even to put a tent, they will not agree on. They're acting as if it is their territory already. As a matter of fact, that was the last skirmish we had when our supply boats were trying to send supplies to our Marines in Ayungin Shoals. And if you look at the map, Ayungin Shoals is between Pag-asa Island, which is a municipality of Palawan, and Palawan. It is closer to the Philippines. Yan ang punto ko. It's just so blatant na, alam mo, pag medyo malayo-layo pa, okay lang. It's just practice, medyo malayo din po yan. Ang aking speech kanina was just basically on Mischief Reef, Ayungin Shoal area, and Reed Bank. Before you know it, kanila na po yung El Nido. Before you know it, baka nasa San Vicente na po sila. Before you know it, nasa Aurora side na po sila, which is the Benham
Rice.
Benham Rice. Because they are sending ships there now to the Benham Rice. So I think as a nation, I agree with you, we should discuss this bilaterally. But if all our avenues bilaterally will fail because they refuse to listen to us, as a matter of fact, their foreign ministers, I don't think they have Foreign Minister Wang, your friend, is no longer there.
No, he has returned.
He has
So
returned.
Wang
Did
is now the foreign
did he show up
minister.
now? He's back again?
No,
Because
no.
for a while he disappeared.
No, the one that disappeared has been replaced now.
Okay.
And the former foreign minister, state councilor, and member of the Politburo is back.
I'm
Mr.
glad to hear
President,
that. But
I'm
my-
going to yield to,
To finalize my point is, on the measure you mentioned earlier on Pimentel versus Executive Secretary, it was also held that participation of the legislative branch in the treaty-making process
Yes.
was deemed essential to provide a check on the executive in the field of foreign relations.
yes.
And yes, the president is the chief architect, but it continues to mention that the Senate may express its opinion on foreign policy. And we've done that
Yes.
in many resolutions in the past.
Mr. President, I will yield to Senator Tolentino. And let me just say that I agree with most of what you said. Ang disagreement natin, ano yung tamang paraan, i-address yon. Nag-agree tayong lahat sa problema. Magkakasama tayo sa issue regardless of political color or administration. What I'm saying is that it's such a big step. And even if we can do it, should we do it without consulting the executive? Because it might weaken us in front of the international community. But let me yield to Senator Tolentino.
President, just
Mr.
a
President, and
mild
with the
interjection.
indulgence of the good gentleman from
Mr. President.
Cavite, if I may just say quickly to the last comment
Because I
of the
have a
good gentleman.
5:40 p.m.
Tagigan
boarding now.
Oh,
Just a
morning.
mild interjection.
All right, Mr. President, in that
I'm supportive
case.
of this resolution, but if
Where
I
is the
may
dear
be-
colleague from Cavite going to?
If I may be allowed to continue with the interpellation on Monday, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President.
of course. We may continue.
I had looked forward, Mr. President, to the Senate possibly adopting this resolution today, Mr. President, if possible.
It's okay.
Mr. President,
We
may
can take it up if,
I make a recommendation that I think,
we're a deliberative body. I said that in my speech on Monday.
Mr. President,
I think
may-
we should allow people to,
Mr. President, may I ask
participate.
that before session Monday, can we take this
or
up
else I
in
will be
caucus?
called again by my minority floor leader for not following my privileged speech.
Sir President, maybe we can take this up on caucus. Do we pass it? Do we bring it to the committee, etc.? So if you want to pass it on Monday and adopt it, then if that's what the majority
May I
wants, but
suggest,
at least because Mr. President, I'll just
yes.
give you one good reason why.
Oh.
Ang pinakamasama kasi is yung mga nakikinig sa atin sa kabilang side, alam yung strategy natin. So marami
why I don't
akong
want to put
dapat
it on a
isasagot
committee
sa inyo.
hearing. Yes.
Hindi ko masagot dito because hindi dapat sa publiko. It's not because it's confidential or it's backroom, ano, but just because, you know, parang chess or basketball, tapos yung camera, yung coach, oh, ganito gagawin natin, ha. So if you know, if I may appeal to our colleagues, let's have a short caucus just to discuss it. And of course, kung yun ang gusto ng majority, then we will submit. But at least mapag-usapan natin behind closed doors the implications of not being in sync with the strategy of the president. No? And in this issue, there's no majority minority with the president. It's Philippine interest.
Although the Senate has stood ground many times by tradition,
Yes.
not always in sync with the executive.
That's true, Mr. President.
On
But
the issue of the
independent
VFA,
institution.
when the former president had canceled the VFA, we in the Senate stood.
yes, Mr.
stood
President.
pat
But that
had
did
the
not
confidence.
weaken our position. But in this case, if we are not in sync, kung sasabihin natin ganito gagawin, sasabihin ng Presidente, DFA, iba gagawin yung ambassador, as a former Secretary of DFA, I have
I
stood there
understand your
negotiating.
position as a former secretary.
So we should
Foreign Affairs
strengthen the
Department.
position of the country and I disagree with the president on some issues. I might disagree with him on the China issue, how to deal with China. But I do believe he was the one elected and we should at least hear out his people, the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea and the DFA, so that we know where we're going, di ba?
So what we can do is have an early caucus on Monday to discuss this, and we take it up on plenary, if we'll adopt it or amend it. But definitely one thing is for sure. We must condemn this blatant abuse of their bullying tactics against us. We cannot just let this pass.
Mr. President,
I think we're all agreeable to that.
if the resolution
for the
simply
record,
states
Mr.
that, we can
President.
pass that right now.
President, good
So,
gentlemen.
Mr. President, may I just
I'm
clarify
just,
that one line lang, no?
I'm just following on the last word of the president that the very point of this resolution is to strengthen further the hand of the Philippines na lalo na ngang lumalakas sa panahon ngayon na dumadami yung mga bansa at dumadami yung mga regional formations who are supporting us in our victory at The Hague.
Mr. President, you can be sincere, but you can be sincerely wrong. So what I'm saying is that if the intention is to condemn and to make a stand, unanimous tayo. Pero pag nagsabi ka na ng strategy, dalhin natin sa UN, kailangan pag-usapan yan kasi may historical background at may mga ahensya at mga in charge na nandun.
Question, my dear colleague, question, what harm will it take?
It could
For us-
unravel all of the negotiations of a president because if the president agreed, I
But
do
the
not know
president
if,
does not have to agree, Your Honor.
No,
Kasi the president will say, we will study it.
well, then China, when we're talking, will say that the Senate wants something else. And so, meaning, Mr. President, if you're dealing with your child and the child comes with you and sabihin, Daddy, sinabi ni Mommy, okay na. And then goes to your mommy. Mommy, sabi ni Daddy, okay na. So,
Mr.
of course,
President, good
appealing-
I didn't
gentlemen,
get
I'm
that-
sorry, it's
No, no.
not as simple as that.
no, it's
Maybe
as
I'm
simple as
already
that.
hungry.
You know, but Mr. President, I stood before these people, no? And
No, but I know,
and
Mr.
China,
Yes.
seeing that united ang Congress at Presidente makes a big difference from seeing that one part of government wants multilateral, the other one wants bilateral, one wants to go to PCA, other. They understand our democracy. But when it's the institution itself that made a stand, ibang usapan na yon.
But Your
Mr.
Honor,
President.
Your Honor, if I may just
Yes,
finish.
Mr. President.
The one thing I noticed with dealing with our friends in China is that they want to discuss it bilaterally because they want to keep it quiet. Once you take it out to the international community, ayaw po nila yan. Unfortunately, all our discussions bilaterally have not been successful.
That's not true, Mr. President.
Well,
The-
during your time,
the
yes.
judiciary-
During
there
your
were
time,
and
yes.
I will tell you the reasons why behind closed doors. Because there are reasons for that. So my point, Mr. President, once sinabi ni President Bongbong, hindi, dalhin natin sa UN, eto tayo, multilateral, then we're free to agree or disagree and ano. Pero yung uunahan natin siya na hindi pa niya alam, of course, that's our privilege. But sometimes you withhold your privilege because it is better for those who are negotiating. For all I know, the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, because Secretary Manalo is an old hand, very much respected yan around the world, no? And he knows Minister Wang Yi. For all we know, they are renewing ties and they're bringing up certain issues. For all we know, I do not know. That's why I want to know. I want to hear the National Task Force, and I want what Senator Risa is pushing. Actually, they've been consistent. They pushed that during the Aquino administration. They pushed that during the Duterte administration. She might be right, she might be wrong, but it deserves a discussion. That's what I'm saying, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think what would be fair is that we have a caucus about this on Monday, 3 p.m.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of our distinguished colleagues, I'm being scolded by our most senior member of the Senate. That's just a joke, Mr. President. Not
You're being
scolding,
informed by a
not scolding,
member of
Mr. President.
the-
Yeah. But the voice is kind of,
this body. Yes.
in body language, Mr. President, is kind of intimidating. Kind of, Mr. President.
We would like to
just a joke,
recognize
Mr.
with the
President.
permission of course, the last say will be the sponsor because she's being interpolated.
Of course, Mr.
But
President.
if with her permission, we can recognize Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just allow me to state that I was not trying to intimidate the majority leader. That's the last thing I would want to do. I was majority leader more than 20 years ago. I simply wanted to echo and join in the conversation first. All of us in this hall today, Mr. President, 24 elected senators agree that we must uphold the arbitral ruling of 2016 unequivocally. There is no question about that. In fact, I am one of 4 authors in the Maritime Zone Act, which I believe is also going to be co-authored by Senator Tolentino. And I have a 20-page message which will be read in the University of the Philippines in a forum on the UNCLOS, on our arbitral ruling, and on the Maritime Zones Act, and on the Blue Economy Bill, which was included as a priority of the President in the State of the Nation last Monday. What am I saying? All these debates boil down to a full support of the arbitral ruling that the Philippines, of course, must exercise our rights in our exclusive economic zone, must fight for our fisher folks, must fight for freedom of navigation, and we appreciate the support of the international community. I believe that there is a process and a strategy for information dissemination and how to allow other countries to give us greater support. I am reminded by the minority leader that we had supported the DFA in an information, education, and communications campaign on the Hague ruling. So let us join the DFA in this so that every Filipino, not just in Palawan, not just families of fisher folks, would understand the importance of this historic ruling. However, to demand that our Department of Foreign Affairs, or to urge them to do an action that we have not yet fully discussed and comprehensively discussed with them, as well as the National Security Council, as well as perhaps the Coast Guard and other agencies of government. I would want to ensure that the ruling, which has been acknowledged by the world in very clear terms, will not be diminished even for half a point. So what am I saying? Hindi po tayo nag-aatubili sa ating pananaw na napakahalaga ang pagpapatupad ng Hague ruling. Ngunit kailangan po ang stratehiya ay hindi lahat binabasa o sinasabi sa pampubliko dahil, gaya ng sinabi ni Senator Cayetano, naririnig tayo ng kalaban o yung mga taong naghihimasok sa ating karagatan. And so I wanted to ask questions of the good sponsor just for elucidation.
Mr.
Oh,
President,
you have the floor.
no, I have to go, so
Yes.
may I just
Oh,
say one line, Madam?
I thought it was,
No,
yes.
I will yield to you with the
Yes.
permission of the good senator. I just want to end and then resume on Monday if permitted. With my conversation with Senator Bato, no, he's a military, a police commander, no. He will not tell anyone to do an operation na hindi muna niya kinonsult yung commander. So we're asking DFA to file a resolution sa UN, pero hindi pa natin tinatanong yung DFA, tama bang strategy? Kamusta ba ang timpla sa UN? Sino ba kakampi natin sa UN? So yun lang po, sa issue
After this.
na territory natin to, sovereignty, nagkakaisa po tayo doon. Doon po tayo sa tamang strategy. So if you want to pass the resolution, Mr. President, no, strongly expressing our outrage with what's happening sa West Philippine Sea, I think unanimous tayo.
Yes.
But baliktarin po natin, baliktarin. If I say the resolution should be, do not file a resolution, you would also disagree. So sa akin lang, Mr. President, let's not go into the strategy without asking the actual people who will bring it to the United
I
Nations.
think the gist of what we are discussing today is how, kung paano po natin condemn niya itong pangyayaring ito at may action na ilalabas. Kasi ako bilang Senate President, marami na po tayong resolution na ipasa, and I was Majority Leader, marami na tayong resolution na ipasa. Naubusan na tayo ng ink at papel sa kakapasa ng resolution at privilege speech dito. Ano ba ang kalalabasan nitong lahat ng condemnation na ito? So I think it's not just a matter of condemning. It's like the 98 protests that we filed. By the end of the year, it probably be 250 protests. If it's not if nothing's happening and our people are still being harassed, what steps can we take short of going to war? Because the only step that we can take is to buy more gray ships and white ships, put missile systems in our islands, and fortify Ayungin Shoals and all that. That is already one step towards a conflict with China. So, yung gusto natin, ano ba ang kalalabasan natin dito? Mapapaos lang ba tayo sa kakasigaw dito sa Senado? O meron ba tayong pwedeng ibigay na rekomendasyon sa gobyerno na sa tingin natin ay para maitigil na po itong harassment na ito? Yun lamang po.
Yeah, Mr.
I just
President,
don't want
Mr.
to make it fall on deaf ear.
And Mr. President, before we continue with the interpellation, may I make of record what I started to tell the SB on the floor earlier, that we can even choose to amend the dispositive portion of the resolution to leave the strategy to the DFA, which is what would naturally happen, but to make it explicit there. But the condemnation, as the other colleagues have said, must be unequivocal, and the need to uphold the 2016 ruling clear, Mr. President.
Okay.
Okay. That's good.
President, that's a very clear signal that all of us agree with each other, that and as far as condemnation is concerned, we are outraged with what's happening in
But
our.
what's next? My question, dear Majority Leader.
What is our
next?
call
We
to
wear our
action, Mr.
salbabida and
President?
head there and have a hearing.
What is our call to
What is our call to action? Your Honor.
Mr. President, sorry, but
Yes,
distinguished gentleman from
Gentleman from Davao
Senator,
and Bohol.
this is just interjection. Mr.
Is recognized,
President.
Senator
This is not an
Batol.
interpellation because the next to interpellate is the distinguished Senate
So
President.
who would
Pro
you want me
Tempore.
to, who would you want me
The
to?
gentleman from
record?
Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, would just like to interject, Mr. President.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Sponsor. Just a short interjection, Mr. President. Lahat naman tayo dito ay nagkakaisa, no? Na tayo galit na galit sa pambubuli ng China sa ating mga fisherman at sa ating mga kasundaluhan, mga Navy natin, Coast Guard, yung kanilang ginagawa. Lahat tayo galit. Pero I'll just give you a scenario, Mr. President. You can just imagine the level of frustration, the level of outrage that we will experience. Kung magkatotoo yung nabasa ko sa news na sinabi nila that China is planning to tow away the BRP Sierra Madre
Yes, totoo yan.
away from the Ayungin Shoal.
Oh.
If that will happen, Mr. President, sobra na talaga, para na tayong mga, ano to, I can imagine, para na tayong mga ipis na inapak-apakan na ng mga tao na ito kapag yan ay gagawin pa nila. Awang-awa na nga tayo sa mga Marines natin na walang natitirahan doon, walang shelter, kundi yung nakaditch lang doon, na grounded na BRP Sierra Madre na puno ng kalawang. Kung makita mo yung mga Marines natin doon, maiiyak ka sa sitwasyon nila. At may plano pa ang China na hihilain daw yun, tatanggalin, paalisin doon. So, sobra na yan, Mr. President. Iniisip ko talaga, as a Filipino, hindi ko ma-imagine kung gawin pa nila yan. Wala na nga ibang matirahan yung sundalo natin doon, mga marino natin. Hihilain pa nila palayo. At anong gagawin nila doon? Pakilo nila? Pakilo nila yung barko natin?
Ang balita po, Senator De La Rosa, is sinurround na po nila yung Ayungin shows. They're surrounded now. Pag makita mo sa ating, as a matter of fact, nagbigay po tayo ng aeroplano sa BIFAR na caravan, Cessna caravan, at nagpipicture taking na po sila doon sa area na yun. The Ayungin shows is now surrounded by militia ships. Okay. Ang sabi daw nila, isang bagyo na lang yan. Pag may tumamang bagyo, sila daw magre-rescue sa ating mga Marines kasi wala makalapit eh. At pag-rescue daw nila ng Marines, kanila na yon. Yan ang balitang plano. So ang akin dyan, kung mangyayari talaga yan, sa tingin ko, I don't know.
Kaya nga po, Mr. President and good gentleman from Davao, wag na po natin intayin yung ganyang sitwasyon. Simple lang yung resolution, simpleng for the consideration of the Senate, simpleng nananawagan tayo sa DFA na mag-file ng resolution sa UN General Assembly. Opo, kung gawin nila, kung hindi nila gawin, kung i-delay muna nila habang kino-consider, at least nasabi lang natin ang sense of the Senate na ayaw nating intayin ang isang bagyo na i-rescue kuno ng China na nagbubuli sa atin sa West Philippine Sea ang ating sariling mga magigiting na Marines bilang cover para hatakin nila ang BRP Sierra Madre. So, the resolution is so simple, so clear, may precedent sa kasaysayan ng mga ibang maliliit na bansa tulad natin, at simpleng nananawagan sa DFA, syempre para sa kanilang konsiderasyon. Dahil separate and co-equal branches, hindi naman natin sila pinipilit, pinapahayag lang natin yung ating sentiment na ayaw natin na magkaroon ng ganyang klaseng mga sitwasyon, Mr. President, good gentleman.
We can discuss that in the caucus on Monday.
Very
Yeah, please,
short, very short,
continue,
Mr. President.
Senator Toya.
Very short, very short.
Go, please, your
I sympathize with the good sponsor of this mission. Talagang I share her outrage, I share her frustration, but also I also share the diskarte of Senator Alan Cayetano para maganda yung ating estratehiya para hindi tayo maisahan ng ating mga kalaban. So silang dalawa po, I agree, both of them. Wag lang kayo magtampo sa akin, basta kayong dalawa, nakikinig ako sa inyo. I admire your efforts. Thank you, Mr. President.
I think the resolution can be amended further to state that we need action from the
Exactly.
Department of Foreign Affairs.
Exactly, Mr.
Yes,
President.
okay.
Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished Senate President pro tempore for her interpellation?
Yes.
Do we do it today?
I
She
want
wanted
please,
to ask questions, Mr.
please.
President.
Please proceed.
If that is her pleasure and with the indulgence of our distinguished colleagues.
Just
I
for
think Senator
clarification.
Alan Cayetano will,
No, Monday na daw siya.
yeah, it's,
Sir President, I'll yield, and as you said, we can discuss it on Monday. Let me just agree. We agree on the outrage. We don't agree that it is the UN General Assembly which is the right way. And with the Ayungin shawl, I can share with you why there was no problem during the Duterte administration in closed doors.
But why is there a problem now?
Yes, Mr. President.
Why is there a problem?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Mr.
No
President.
problem even now. If
Mr.
we had a template. But anyway,
Mr.
we
President-
can discuss it on Monday.
Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano.
Superpowers have different rules. You know,
That's why we need a rules-based solution to the
yes,
West Philippines.
yes, And that's why we need it. But in the meantime,
Alis na.
if magkagera yung superpowers at ubos na lahat ng Pilipino, wala na yung sinasabi nating rule-based. Rule-based pero burado lahat ng Pilipino.
Me and Senator Bato will invite you to Mindanao. You can all move there to Mindanao with us. Okay, please proceed, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Thank you, Mr. President. Allow me to reiterate that all of us, I am certain, agree with the heart and soul and almost every word of the proposed resolution of our Deputy Minority Leader. And we thank you for authoring this resolution. Now, I'm also in agreement with the former Secretary of Foreign Affairs that there are indeed various strategies in expressing our outrage. And for me, one of those that should be exercised by the DFA instantly should be the information, education, communications. In fact, our victory in the arbitral ruling should be part of our curriculum, not just in state universities and colleges and private universities, but as early as DepEd, di ba? Sa DepEd schools, we
Yes,
should
Mr. President.
teach all of this as part of our history in our educational institutions and even in media, our victory in the 2016 arbitral ruling. There should be a YouTube channel. There should be a Facebook page dedicated to this. There should be all online platforms that would discuss and just appreciate the victory that we had more than 7 years ago. But having already won such a landmark favorable arbitral ruling, I believe that there are perhaps many strategies, one of which you mentioned in your proposed resolution, which is to bring it to the United Nations General Assembly. So my question is, may I, Madam Presiding Officer, nice to see you there, know the process of assuming the DFA will agree to the proposed resolution and assuming the proposed resolution is adopted by the Senate, may this representation be enlightened on the proposal for a resolution in the UNGA? And we all realize the UN, GA, is a political body, and whatever resolutions will be proposed, assuming it will be adopted not just by majority but 2/3 vote, is non-binding, right? It is non-legally binding. So
Yes, Mr.
may
Madam
we know what would be the process of the resolution in the United Nations General Assembly? And my second question would be, there are 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and China is one of the 5. May I know, insofar as the Security Council is concerned, and insofar as the General Assembly of the 193 nations is concerned, how do we balance this? Can a veto of China as a permanent member of the UN stall the pendency of our proposed resolution or the non-inclusion in the agenda? So very basic questions so that we see the way forward, Madam Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Madam President and the good gentlewoman from Antique. Before I answer the question about the prospective process of such a resolution filed by the Philippine government, just for the record, Madam President, I do support the information campaign wholeheartedly and will also support, it was mentioned earlier, the Maritime Zones Bill authored by Her Honor. I also filed my own version of the bill. So these are possibly companion measures to our endeavor to really secure the future of the Philippines. Government were to act favorably on our resolution to file such a resolution in the UN General Assembly. It would be a pretty straightforward process, perhaps similar to here in the Senate. And the good gentlewoman from Antique is right. If and when such a resolution is filed by the Philippine government in the UN General Assembly, after similar debate, or interpellation, such a resolution would usually require a simple majority or 50 votes or 50% of all votes plus one to pass or to be carried, meaning it would evolve from a resolution of the Philippine Senate expressing our sense to something that hopefully may be acted upon favorably by the DFA on behalf of our government. It would evolve, if passed by this simple majority, into an expression of the sense of the UN General Assembly or of the community of nations assembled in the UN that China must comply with and abide by and cease her her harassment of the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea. However, Madam President and good gentlewoman from Antique, if the UN General Assembly determines that the issue is an important question, then by a simple majority vote, the UN General Assembly could decide that then a two-thirds majority is required. And in the history of the UN General Assembly, an important question are such that deal significantly with the maintenance of international peace and security, admission of new members to the UN, suspension of the rights and privileges of membership, the expulsion of members, operation of the trusteeship system, or budgetary questions.
Thank you for that, Madam President. Since this would clearly fall under international peace, order, and security, does Your Honor believe that perhaps not just a majority vote, but a two-thirds vote in the General Assembly would be needed?
It may be not needed, Madam President, a good gentlewoman from Antique, but it's in the realm of possibility that the UNGA would vote by simple majority vote that, we need to consider this an important question, this resolution of the Philippine government. Therefore, a two-thirds majority would be required to pass it. And I failed to mention earlier the other part of the first question of the good gentlewoman from Antique, since yes, the members of the Security Council are of course also members of the UN General Assembly, then but I have to study this further, Madam good gentlewoman, Mr. President, and get back to you on it. It would be possible that if they transfer the question to the Security Council, that a veto might be a threat. But that's thinking 2 steps or 3 steps ahead. As of the moment, I would say it is reasonable to presume na maganda ang tsansa ng Pilipinas makatanggap ng malawak na suporta sa mayorya o kahit two-thirds ng mga miyembro ng UN kasi parami ng parami yung individual nations at saka mga regional formations made up of numbers of nations na sumusuporta na sa ating Hague ruling and who are also themselves coastal nations. For the record, Mr. President, good gentleman from Antique, there are around 198 UN members at sa mga ito, 145 are littoral states o yung mga states na may coastline tulad po natin. So, the odds may yet be in our favor dahil ang pagtagumpay ng isang resolusyon ng Philippine government of this nature ay sa interes o sa bentahe, sa advantage, hindi lamang ng Pilipinas, kundi sa mga katulad na bansa who are in the majority in the membership of the UN General Assembly, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Does it have any bearing, Mr. President, that China is one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and that, of course, this would concern their expansionist claims and being a permanent member of the SC, part of the UNGA, and would they have the power or the influence to stall or prevent us from filing a resolution? Is there any way that where a Philippine resolution may have been drafted, ready for filing, is there any process where they can lobby for the non-inclusion in the agenda? Just so that we have an understanding of the process. We drafted it in the Philippines. The Philippine mission in New York would have a copy. The representative of the Philippines in the UN mission will go to session. How is the process? It's filed. Is there any member of the United Nations, even assuming it's a member, permanent member of the Security Council, Can any member of the SC, has it ever happened, lobbied or did some legal proceeding to not include a resolution in the agenda?
Well, again, Mr. President, good gentlewoman from Antique, posibleng mayroong mga ganyang behind the scenes lobbying sa loob ng Security Council or kahit sa buong UN General Assembly. Nabanggit ko po kanina sa sponsorship speech na dun sa isang earlier resolution tungkol sa karapatan at pagdepensa sa mga human rights defenders, China actually lobbied powerfully in the UN General Assembly, subalit nanalo pa rin yung resolusyong iyon. Also, Mr. President, good gentlewoman from Antique, there are also many moments that the UN General Assembly is even more powerful than the UN Security Council. Yung nabanggit ko rin pong Nicaragua resolution against the United States, it was actually vetoed 5 times sa UN Security Council. Kaya nga dinala siya sa UN General Assembly where finally, beyond just that limited number ng mga miyembro ng UN Security Council, pinagbotohan ng 198 members ng UN General Assembly and justice was upheld for Nicaragua na uphold na dapat talaga ma-enforce yung ruling ng International Court of Justice. Baka hindi aabot sa Security Council itong resolution natin. Malay ba natin, if the 145 littoral states, at least of the 198 UN member nations sa General Assembly pa lamang ay susuportahan at i-adopt yung ating resolution, then I think it would be beyond the reach of the Security Council.
Thank you for that information. May I know what value would a resolution be, considering that the UN, assuming it is passed, is a political body, it's not legally binding. We cannot legally compel any country mentioned in the resolution, in this case China, to undertake the desired action, and we had won the arbitral ruling. Will it not diminish the victory of 2016 if there is a possibility that this will be reversed or not attained in the UNGA?
Well, no, Mr. President, good gentlewoman from Antique, yan siguro yung beauty ng arbitral ruling sa The Hague. Kumbaga, it stands for all time. It cannot be diminished, let alone reversed by another body, baka lamang ng The Hague mismo. Pero it is at this moment and in the past 7 years, it is inviolate as a ruling of an international tribunal. And we are seeking to reinforce that in terms of yung actual implementation on the ground. Dahil hanggang sa ngayon, hindi talaga kinikilala ng China yung ruling na iyon. Kaya't ayan, tuloy-tuloy yung ganyang mga insidente sa West Philippine Sea, sa exclusive economic zone natin na pinag-uusapan natin mula nung nagsimula yung ating interpellation. Therefore, our victory in The Hague stands. It stands for all time. Historic siya, sinabi noon nung nanalo tayo doon. It awarded the single largest territory of the global commons sa ocean, hindi lang sa ating mga Pilipino, pero sa buong sangkatauhan daw, to all of humankind. And we are merely seeking, without risk of diminishing its import, seeking to reinforce and to give the force of a UNGA resolution adoption, yung naaani natin ngayon, tuloy-tuloy at padagdag ng padagdag na suporta ng mga individual na bansa, most if not all of them members of the UN and regional formations. For example, the EU, NATO itself, and such, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. When I spoke about diminishing the victory, of course, I did not mean that The Hague would reverse it or that there would be changes in the 2016 ruling. What I meant was that in terms of the way the Philippines will be perceived in our victory, if in the unfortunate event that a majority would not vote in our favor, assuming a resolution is filed, how would this affect how the world or the global stage, how the Philippines would fare in the global stage. But of course, that's far off yet. And what we are discussing now is whether we must urge the DFA. Aside from urging the DFA, would Your Honor be amenable to perhaps amending the resolution to include our ASEAN member states, so that ASEAN nations must speak out and enforce the ruling, even if we have ASEAN member states who are also claimants in the West Philippine Sea. So having already won this favorable ruling 7 years ago, I believe one of the important strategies is to focus on communicating our issues on our neighbors, because our victory is partially their victory against the bully China. And that includes our neighboring country, Vietnam. Would you agree to an assertion or a provision in your proposed resolution to include asking ASEAN to speak out and to help us enforce the ruling in our region?
Mr. President, a good gentlewoman from Antique, I would be willing to consider that at the proper time, just being guided by our Senate leadership, including Her Honor herself as our Senate President pro tempore, to abide by our one resolution, one topic rule or style in formulating our resolutions. In any case, as I also expressed to the good gentleman from Taguig and Pateros earlier, tulad ng posibleng mag-file din ng kaso sa PCA kaugnay ng iba pang mga claimant countries in the South China Sea na maaaring nang hihimasok sa West Philippine Sea, we could also file separate or companion resolutions seeking for the ASEAN member countries such as Indonesia, Vietnam, and Brunei, who are, as the Senate President mentioned earlier, effectively pushing back, proactively, effectively pushing back against China to formally express their support for us. At syempre, mangangampanya rin po tayo sa kanila sa UN General Assembly if the DFA, as directed by the President, acts favorably on this resolution of the Senate kung ating i-adopt. And for the record, Madam good gentlewoman and Mr. President, we are seeking to build an international consensus and in fact to strengthen our claim through the recognition of an international norm. Na yun po ang halaga ng isang UN General Assembly resolution tulad ng sa kaso ng Nicaragua. They won the recognition of the norms that a state may not misuse the justification of self-defense. They also, in that UN General Assembly, na ipanalo din ng Nicaragua yung pagkilala sa norm ng non-intervention, we are also seeking the recognition of an international norm na kapag may ruling ng isang international court tulad ng The Hague, dapat ito ay galangin at hindi salingin. And of course, Mr. President, good gentlewoman, we are amenable to amending the resolution to allow flexibility in strategy for the DFA while being clear on our condemnation of China's actions. Lastly, at this point, good gentlewoman, Mr. President, according to Ambassador Arguello of Nicaragua at that time, sabi niya po, what do we do if a superpower violates international law? The only thing we can do is mobilize the politics of shame. So this is a political process. And what's most important is the groundswell of support we are getting now. So ating sanang ipunin yan at i-embody harinawa sa isang UN General Assembly kung mamarapatin din ng ating DFA. Aksyonan ng paborable yung Senate resolution kung ating i-adopt, Mr. President.
Thank you for that comprehensive answer, Mr. President. Would you also be amenable to including this a provision on encouraging other nations to exercise freedom of navigation operations? You mentioned that a majority of our member nations, more than 100, are coastal countries as well. Perhaps to include in the resolution really the importance of freedom of navigation, not only in the West Philippine Sea, but in other jurisdictions around the world.
I would be very amenable, good gentlewoman, Mr. President.
Thank you. And just to put on record, ano bang pinag-uusapan natin dito? Napakalawak na area sa West Philippine Sea. If I'm not mistaken, it's an overwhelming expanse of 531,000 square kilometers, surpassing the entirety of our country's land area, which measures 300,000 square kilometers. And it includes up to 80% of our exclusive economic zone, our EEZ, which spans over 381,000 square kilometers, and 100% of our potential extended continental shelf, ECS, estimated to be at least 150,000 square kilometers of maritime space. Why am I saying this? Because it is important to note that the Philippines, as we know, is a maritime archipelagic nation. 832 municipalities out of 1,500, one half. 57 cities out of 117 are coastal. 64 provinces out of 79 have coastal domains. So the data shows that Philippine waters have always played an important role in the lives of Filipinos and have helped shape the Filipino identity and culture. And that is the reason why, perhaps aligned with your proposed resolution, I have refiled a measure that I filed in my previous Senate terms on the Maritime Zones Act. And this Maritime Zones Act, once enacted into law, after having created the subcommittee of foreign relations on maritime zones, which Senator Tolentino had asked for, we will ensure legal stability in connection with maritime zones. In short, we may have the UNCLOS, but we need the comprehensive legal structure that conforms to the UNCLOS. In short, the domestic legislation, so that this will really reflect the essence of a rules-based system for maritime governance. So while the UNCLOS provides the basis for measurements and the rights and obligations of each maritime zone, it is the role, I believe, of the Senate, of Congress, to translate these maritime zones provided by UNCLOS, to which we are signatory, into specifically defined and bounded areas through domestic legislation. Having said that, would Your Honor be in agreement, not as lengthy as I said, to include the summation of what I just said, so that the maritime zones are clearly demarcated, so that clearly what is ours, and that this could be a priority domestic legislation that would be an enabling legislation of UNCLOS.
As I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, good gentlewoman from Antique, I support Her Honor's bill, the Maritime Zones Bill, and also filed my own version. But just a point of clarification, Mr. President, tinatanong po ba ng good gentlewoman kung pwedeng mag-refer dun sa Maritime Zones Bill dito sa resolution?
The spirit and some of the wordings that are contained in the Maritime Zones Act can also be contained in the proposed resolution, because it is clearly aligned.
If the spirit of the bill, Mr. President, subject to style, I think perhaps it would indeed be consistent, for example, with referring in general to the West Philippine Sea.
Of course,
Dahil
yes.
yung Maritime Zones Bill, in fact, will delineate those zones within our maritime domain.
Because the
So
Maritime
yes,
Zones
Mr.
Act
President.
is the domestic legislation based on UNCLOS, which further validates our arbitral ruling.
Yes,
And
Mr.
no less
President.
than the University of the Philippines College of Law and the DFA have agreed. In fact, there have been briefings of the Senate staff, and I am certain that there will hardly be any opposition to such a demarcation of our EEZ.
I'm amenable, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Good gentlewoman. Thank you.
Thank you for this. We can go on and speak, but the other questions I will ask will be linked to the security of our country, and I would rather discuss those in a caucus or to be briefed by the agencies of government. I simply wanted to put on record the procedure in which a proposed resolution would go through, assuming the DFA will do it, so that we see how it will traverse the process in the United Nations. I share your passion and our shared advocacy with, I believe, all of us 24 here on how we must uphold the ruling and use every manner, way possible
Yes.
to be able to exercise it, implement it, not just for the future generations, but for today. Having said that, I express my profound appreciation for authoring that resolution, and we simply have to perhaps improve or enhance a strategy so that and the wordings, so that we can have a majority vote, assuming it is intended for adoption by the body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, good gentlewoman. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. And I'd like to instruct the Senate Secretariat, particularly the Senate Secretary, to invite Secretary Manalo of the DFA to be with us on Monday, 3 p.m. for not 3 p.m., 2 p.m. rather. Why am I saying 3 p.m.? I keep thinking that the session's at 4. Make that 1:30 p.m. on Monday for a executive session caucus with all members of the Senate. With the venue to follow, but within the Senate building. We'd also like to invite Nika to join us. And who else? And the Task Force West Philippine Sea. General Centino. Yes. Thank you. So we suspend consideration till Monday.
Yes, Mr. President, let me make it official. My move that we suspend consideration of Senate Resolution number 659. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Congratulations also for the stand that you've taken. Maybe we can discuss the special committee, Your Honor. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I'm just
While we're
coordinating
waiting, Senator
and
Gatchalian,
consulting.
I believe I think there will be some perfecting amendments to the measure passed yesterday. So we're waiting for Senator Gatchalian to come down.
Yeah, Mr. President, at this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 702, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This pertains to the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones, which was a hot topic yesterday, Mr. President.
Please proceed, dear Secretary.
Resolution creating a special committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones.
May, yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, with the consent of the body, may I be recognized, Mr. President, to give a very short sponsorship speech, Mr. President.
The distinguished Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my esteemed colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor this resolution which seeks to create a special committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones. As you recall, Mr. President, yesterday, this was discussed intensively, and the consensus of the body is to come up with this resolution, Mr. President. The concept of territorial integrity is an important part of the international order. It is a right inherent in the sovereignty and independence of states. This principle is enshrined in our Constitution under Article 2, Section 7. The state shall pursue an independent foreign policy. In its relations with other states, the paramount consideration shall be national sovereignty, territorial integrity, national interest, and the right to self-determination. In Article 12, Section 2 of our Constitution further states that the state shall protect the nation's marine wealth in its archipelagic waters, territorial sea, and exclusive economic zone, and reserve its use and enjoyment exclusively to Filipino citizens. 2 days ago, Mr. President, the President's State of the Nation address, the President vowed to protect our sovereign rights and preserve our territorial integrity in defense of a rules-based international order. Thus, we believe that we must act urgently to heed the call of the President and in the exercise of our constitutional and civic duty to defend our national territory. Mr. President, we live in such a critical time when our country continues to be vulnerable to unlawful activities that threaten our territory and even the lives and livelihood of our people. Despite the enactment of RA Republic Act number 9522 or the Philippine Archipelagic Baselines Law, there are legal gaps that require further legislation and comprehensive measures that shall clearly establish and govern the Philippine maritime zones to the full geographical extent allowed under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. Clearly, defining our maritime boundaries will not only protect our interests, resources, and people, but will also preclude any unwarranted dispute with outer nations involving such areas. As the great poet Robert Frost puts it, good fences make good neighbors. Thus, we are sponsoring the creation of the Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones. The Special Committee on Philippine Maritime and Admiralty Zones shall have a laser focus and have jurisdiction to study, hear, and inquire into all matters relating to archipelagic baselines, maritime zones, archipelagic sea lanes, and other matters incidental thereto. The creation of the Special Committee is pursuant to Rule 10, Section 14 of the Rules of the Senate, which says that whenever necessary, special committee shall be organized, the membership and jurisdiction of which shall be determined by the Senate President. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. What is the pleasure of the Majority Leader?
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 702, subject to style. I so move,
There
Mr.
being
President.
no objection, motion is approved, subject to style, resolution is adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the Second Session, Tuesday, July 25, 2023, and consider the same as approved. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved. Should we ask for a minute suspension?
Yes, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee report number 97 on Senate Bill number 2352. This bill pertains to Jail Integration Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2352 under committee report number 97.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act transferring the control and supervision of the provincial and sub-provincial jails to the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize ang General ng Bayan, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Chairperson of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
For distinguished colleagues from the great provinces of Bohol and Davao, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and the Majority Leader. Mr. President, as Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, I am honored to sponsor Senate Bill number 2352 under Committee Report number 97, transferring the control and supervision of the provincial and sub-provincial jails to the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, or BJMP. By 2040, the BJMP envisions itself to be a world-class agency highly capable of providing humane safekeeping and developmental opportunities for the persons deprived of liberty, or PDLs. This is the vision that guides and drives the BJMP in ensuring that our jails are not just a place of temporary confinement, but more importantly, a place conducive for rehabilitation. Mr. President, one would expect that such vision would be applicable to all our jails, given that it is a statement of lofty intentions. However, when the BGMP was established under Republic Act number 6975, or the Department of the Interior and Local Government Act of 1990, the jurisdiction granted to the BGMP was only over our city and municipal jails. Naiwan po ang pangangalaga sa mga provincial at sub-provincial jail at kanilang mga persons deprived of liberty, or PDLs, sa ating mga provincial governments. Mr. President, I have high respect for our provincial government leaders, and I know that they always aim for the best for their constituents. Alam ko rin na kahit gaano kalimitado yung kanilang fiscal space, gagawin pa rin nila ang kanilang makakaya upang matugunan ang mga pangangailangan ng kanilang probinsya. Ngunit, ito rin po mismo ang dahilan kung bakit kailangan nating ipasa ang panukalang batas na ito. First of all, there is a need for integration. Kung ano ang umiiral na standard para sa ating municipal at city jails, qualification ng jail officer, cleanliness and sanitation requirements, equipment at property requirements, yun din dapat ang umiral na mga standard para sa ating provincial at sub-provincial jails. Second, we intend to ease our provincial governments of this responsibility. Since 1990, they have been meeting this challenge head-on. And while this is noble of them, we also wish that they may utilize their resources more fully in ways that will be more productive for them. By turning over the provincial and sub-provincial jails under the jurisdiction of the BGMP, we shall be giving more freedom to our provincial governments to direct their resources in accordance to their respective priorities. Mr. President, most of our provincial governments in the country are pushing for the enactment of this measure. They are willing to transfer the current provincial jail properties in accordance with existing laws. However, at this point, allow me to allay some fears and concerns on the part of the BGMP, our local government units, and the employees of our existing provincial and sub-provincial jails. Ang unang concern ay ang transition. It is a valid question. How will we ensure that this transfer is done in an orderly manner? Section 4 of this measure provides for a 3-year transition period. Hindi po natin bibiglain ang paglilipat, Mr. President. During this transition period, the provincial government will continue to provide for the subsistence allowance of inmates, as well as for the maintenance of the jail facility. Ang isa pang tanong na nais nating tugunan ay tungkol sa mga empleyado ng provincial at sub-provincial jail. Again, yet another valid concern. Once these jails are transferred to the BGMP, what will happen to the existing employees? Hindi po natin sila pababayaan, Mr. President. Section 5 expressly states that they shall enjoy security of tenure and shall automatically be absorbed by the BJMP, subject to existing qualification standards. For purposes of computation of the retirement and pension benefits, their services rendered prior to the enactment of the measure shall be included. Hindi po natin babaliwalain ang kanilang mga naging serbisyo sa provincial jails sa ilalim ng kanilang provincial government. Yun naman, mga hindi nakakaabot ng mga nasabing qualification standard ay tutulungan natin. Bibigyan natin sila ng 5 taon upang maabot na nila ang mga standard na ito. While for those employees who at the time of transfer already reached the mandatory retirement age of the BJMP, we shall encourage the provincial government to absorb them under their employ. No one will get left behind, Mr. President. That is the assurance I give, assure as I am standing before this august body. Synergy, the bonus that is achieved when things work together harmoniously. American author Mark Twain got it right, Mr. President. When each part of the whole knows and understands the importance of their role, we can look forward to the best results. We reap the benefits of synergy. This synergy is what we aim to achieve with this passage of this measure. At this point, Mr. President, let me just underscore how important our task is as legislators. Before us, there is that need not only to fill in policy gaps, but also to help ensure through legislation that our government agencies work together harmoniously. Thus, as we aim to transfer the jurisdiction of our provincial and sub-provincial jails from the provincial government to the BJMP, the task precisely is to translate synergy into law. The BJMP may be charged with the handling of persons deprived of liberty, but it is the humble opinion of this representation that the liberty to manage our jails must be given to them fully and without exemption in accordance with the law. I trust that this Congress is with me in this endeavor. With your support, I know it can be done. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator De La Rosa. Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1806. This is the bill pertaining to the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights and Obligations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
The status is on
Consider-
second reading, so we consider it for your reconsideration on second reading to forward amendments, right? Correct?
Yes, Mr. President, we wanted to resume consideration of this particular measure.
It's not a resumption. I believe that the correct motion will be,
Not yet, Mr. President. I'm asking that we resume the consideration of the
as
measure.
first
Mr.
minute
President.
suspension.
Yes, Mr.
Kasi dito, iba-iba yung ano, di ba yung proper No objection to the motion of the majority floor leader. Motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we approved this particular measure on second reading yesterday. And with the consent of the body, the sponsor himself requested that he be recognized, Mr. President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Yes, we recognize the senator and the Senate sponsor, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move for the reconsideration on second reading so that it will pave the way to reopen the period of
Affecting amendments.
reopen the period of amendments, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. The House bill, the Senate bill is now reconsidered once again for discussion.
And therefore, I move that we recognize, Mr. President, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. So move, Mr. President.
For the period of amendment, so we
For the
open the
period-
period of amendment.
Open the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection, please proceed, my distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, after going through the clean copy yesterday, and after talking to the experts in the Bills and Index group, they suggested some amendments to make the bill more streamlined, more harmonious, and easily understood, especially by our taxpayers, considering that the end clients of this bill, of these proposed measures, are our taxpayers, Mr. President. So let me proceed with the proposed amendments. On Section 7, on creation of the Office of the National Taxpayer Advocate. On page 7, line 32, delete colon after the word regulations. Then on page 7, line 32, up to page 8, lines 1 to 2, delete the phrase, provided that all employees shall be subject to Republic Act number 6758, otherwise known as the Salary Standardization Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection from the body? There being no objection, a motion, and the amendment is approved.
The next amendment, Mr. President, is I move to delete sections 9 and 10 and create a new section 9 to read as follows. Section 9, qualifications, appointment, term, and rank of the National Taxpayer Advocate and Deputy National Taxpayer Advocate. Dash, the ONTA shall be headed by the National Taxpayer Advocate, who shall have the primary authority and responsibility for the effective exercise of its mandate and discharge of its powers and functions, and to be assisted by 4, Roman numeral 4, Deputy National Taxpayer Advocate from the National Capital Region, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Preferably at least 2, Roman numeral 2, are women. Next paragraph. The National Taxpayer Advocate and Deputy National Taxpayer Advocates shall be Filipino citizens, members of the Philippine Bar in good standing, or certified public accountants in the case of Deputy National Taxpayer Advocates with at least 10 Roman numeral, number 10, years of practice in the field of taxation with proven integrity and competence. Next paragraph, the National Taxpayer Advocate and Deputy National Taxpayer Advocates shall be appointed by the President and shall serve for a term of 3 years, Roman numeral 3 years, with 1, Roman numeral 1, reappointment. Next paragraph, in case of vacancy arising from retirement, resignation, removal, permanent incapacity, or death of the National Taxpayer Advocate or Deputy National Taxpayer Advocate, the President shall appoint a successor to serve a fresh term of 3, Roman numeral 3, years with 1, Roman numeral 1, reappointment. The appointment and reappointment of the National Taxpayer Advocate and Deputy National Taxpayer Advocates shall be subject to the mandatory retirement age provided under the Civil Service Commission, CSC for short, rules. The next paragraph, the National Taxpayer Advocate and Deputy National Taxpayer Advocates shall have the equivalent rank, salaries, allowances, and retirement benefits as an undersecretary and assistant secretary respectively. I so move, Mr. President.
There be an objection to the motion of the sponsor, the Senator Pimentel is recognized, a minority leader.
An amendment to the proposed amendment on the number of women, Mr. President, because the proposed amendment is the phrase preferably at least 2 are women. Can we amend this to read simply at least 2 of whom are women?
At least 2 are whom are women.
At least 2.
What is the idea that there will be 2 women?
2 women. At least that there will be at least 2 women. No, it's not based on preference, Mr. President, because we use the word preferably at least 2 are women.
So
can we make it?
It's not preferably, it is an explicit
Mandatory.
statement to
Can
make
we-
it 2 women.
Can we make that phrase read at least 2 of whom are women, Mr. President?
What does the sponsor say?
Yeah, I accept, Mr. President. Accept the,
Can it be restated again so that we do not have to reconsider this again if we, if we make a mistake on the language? Yes.
So that was a long proposed amendment, but this is just the amendment to the first one, which involves the first paragraph of section 9. I will now read the first paragraph if it will be amended in accordance with my motion, Mr. President. The ONTA shall be headed by the National Taxpayer Advocate, who shall have the primary authority and responsibility for the effective exercise of its mandate and the discharge of its powers and functions, to be assisted by 4 Deputy National Taxpayers Advocates from the National Capital Region, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, at least 2 of whom are women. So I hope it's clear that of the deputies, yes, of the 4 deputies, at least 2 should be women, Mr. President. That is the
The gist of it,
yeah.
the
But
idea.
there can be a case wherein all are women.
yes, because of at least
But but at the very least, there'll be 2.
at least 2 of whom are women. Perfect. So that's the amendment to the first part of the comprehensive amendment made by the sponsor, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President,
It's
to
duly
promote
accepted.
gender equality, Mr. President.
Yes, it's duly accepted, therefore adopted.
Hindi, basta 2 siya. So sa 4, 2. At least dalawa.
Subject to style, gentlemen, subject to style. Because iba-iba yung wording nito. Session suspended. Iba-iba yung wording.
And Mr. President, may I move to renumber accordingly?
We take note.
And lastly, Mr. President, on page 10, line 13, delete the period after the word appointment and insert the phrase or has been convicted of any crime involving a violation of any tax laws and rules. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Sorry.
Mr. President, let me go back to the amendments. This is the last one, on page 10, line 13. Delete the period after the word appointment and insert the phrase, "or has been convicted of any crime involving moral turpitude or a violation of any tax law." I so move, Mr. President.
There being an objection to the body, the motion and the amendment is approved.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear sponsor. Any possible amendment from my minority leader?
Mr. President, this juncture, with the permission of the body, I move that we close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1806. I so move, Mr. President.
I just want to take note that Director General Dasil is no longer wearing a very nice barong.
Not so
Not
colorful,
as
Mr.
colorful as
President.
what he was wearing
Not so
yesterday.
colorful.
He was not prepared for the reconsideration.
The barong was borrowed, Mr. President, for the Joseph the Dreamer show tonight, Mr. President.
Okay, there being no objection, motion is approved. The bill is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You can suspend consideration.
Move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1806. So move, Mr. President.
No objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, July 31st, 2023. So
Before we
Mr.
move to, for the adjournment, I'd just like to make a correction on our caucus. The caucus will be, well, after we start session and after the contra sona of our distinguished minority floor leader. Then we can suspend and have the caucus. So once again, we just reiterate that we'd like to invite General, well, he's now Presidential Advisor Centino of the West Philippine Sea Task Force, together with the NICA, General De Leon, and DFA Secretary Manalo. So there being no objection to the motion of the majority leader, we adjourn until Monday, July 31, 2023, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Have a safe and dry weekend, everybody.